I don't know, Slash. I think people would get more joy out of me on meth. Probably be more profitable. Well, there's the cost of meth. It's a toss up. Working on a night fish. You're a garbage turd. Any night fish is a good fish. I got that fucking char here and then a rainbow, and I was like, this spot seems cool. And then it's been nothing but chum. But at least, like, every cast was a chum all day. Take that over the alternative. Hello, Brock. The Rat Pack. Did you log off? Oh, just tabbed out. Just said, fuck this, I'll wait for the sun. Stay out of my spot, killer. I caught my second fish on your big rat. I've thrown it so many times, it's so bad. So weird how the game does that with sizes. I feel like small is usually still going to catch a lot of fish. It's probably bad quality, like, you know, when you're trying to figure out the perfect bait. But if you get to that point with size, you just catch nothing. And the ones you do are just trash. Your bite rate goes to shit and you catch trash. Not your bite rate goes to shit and you catch big ones, but your bite rate goes to shit and you catch trash. That white spotted char came from here. So I have to follow through with all my casts. About right there. Hate it. You love it at the moment, but then you hate it because you know now I gotta fucking slow down at the end every time. I might have to stop fishing. My forearm is sore from clicking mouse button. I swear that you have higher odds of catching a fish after losing a fish. I feel like I rarely don't catch a fish. Just a nice sympathy fish for losing one. I have no idea what the temperature outside is, but it's got to be crazy high. It looks like fucking Silent Hill out there. Oh, I guess it's only 43. That seems wrong. It feels so hot. Oh my god, it's gonna be 50 next week. Never gonna get to ice fish. Hello, Calastigro. See my mouse? He's a good little boy. Oh. Jenkins caught a fish. Time to start getting serious. Sun's up. They usually wake up like that 30 minutes before when it still has a moon on there. Even though it still shows a moon, it's bright enough. That's what it's feeling like, Juju. Actually, the funny thing is, I think we're going to get ice literally the week I leave. Which is pretty much classic for me every time I plan a trip. Perfect fishing weather at home. This spot was so consistent yesterday. What's happening? Jenkins? End of the month they're dropping. Into low 20s and teens at night. There we go. That's either a 5 kilo chum or something cool. Fingers crossed. It'll be a 5 kilo chum. Don't think I've caught any pinks over here. Which stinks. Nah, dude, I'm gonna guess that it gets gets super cold and stays cold till fucking April. That's my guess. Just random prediction. I haven't looked ahead at the weather or anything. That looked like chum stripes. The brief moment I saw him. Might be bigger than 5, though. It goes. I'm exhausted. Long week with my daughter. Exhausted. Gotta take her to the damn dentist tomorrow, too. Oh, yeah, they jump. They jump like crazy. They're so hard to fucking keep on an ultralight. Is that a coho? No, it's a stupid chum. Because ultralight just can't pick up the slack from the jumps worth of shit with the tiny reel. Stupid chum. 6 kilos or something. He knows his fish. Oh, I have no energy. Sorry, we'll try with no energy. Maybe the middle of the river rat will be the key. That's the thing with this fucking lure, dude. Is like, I guess it's all of the lures on this river, but it feels exceptional with the ultralight stuff and with the topwater stuff. Like, literally 2 feet to a different to another direction, and you hit a completely different arc of fish. Daziv gave up on Rat Gang, went back to his home. He didn't get a good hook in fish. You know, you got to get that one that really just gets you sold on rats. Oh, sun's all the way out, Jenkins. You know what that means. Dude, I'm going absolutely fishing stir crazy. I just have no other fucking hobbies, man. I don't have a life. So when I don't have any fishing to do, I'm fucking so bored. Alright, I gotta run down there and try a Chinook since I'm close still. Was there a Diablo coming out? People still have faith in that franchise after Diablo 3? I'm so out of touch with gaming. I've been seeing all these posts about fucking some game drama don't support it, and I had to fucking Google to figure out what game it was, trying to randomly Google to try to figure out what fucking game it was. So out of the loop. Just don't care anymore, man. I don't need to keep up. But get ready for all the Harry Potter. What the fuck is this Harry Potter game even that it's such a big deal? Is it actually supposed to be good? I've just never. Oh, not never. There's very rarely a fucking movie turned video game that's good. Oh, is it an MMO? Oh, I guess that's. I literally just walked away from you, you dickheads. Just gonna let that rat soak. Maybe it'll get eaten floating down the river. Oh, there's not even a fish on here. I mean, I get it with the. I mean, I totally get it. That's Isaac for me. You know, I loved that game for a long fucking time. Having the devs be pieces of shit, treat me like shit, you know, definitely sucks. Okay, now. Big rat caught a dolly. Big rat, what are you doing? What are you doing out here? Being a big rat? So, I mean, like I said, I get when, you know, favorite or something you enjoy turns out to be owned, run by scumbags. But Diablo 4 releases as well, and I don't see as much drama about that when it's also run by scumbags. Alright, I don't know why Big Rat's catching dollies. If you keep catching fish, Big Rat, and Spot, I won't leave. That's Buffalo, dude. They'll be fucking hot for like literally 3 minutes. Thank you, Hurrix. I appreciate the help. I need it. Okay, I'm super confused. This spot's now Dolly's, Jenkins. But that was all Big Rat. Medium Rat? I had 2 near trophies with Medium Rat on the south side. Near Dolly trophies. It's probably just the rat weighs slightly more, so it swims in a slightly different arc. Hello, unknown. That's a big rainbow. What the fuck is KBF? I'm gonna assume kayak something else. Bass fishing. I got there, dude. That was complicated. That's the wrong side of the state. But enjoy. I've never fished St. Clair. Obviously, it's a fucking, you know, renowned lake. I got a bunch of friends who go smallie fishing over there. It's so far for me though. I ain't that crazy. Is it harder on a kayak? I mean, you can't move as fast, so yeah. Like, that's the big thing. You gotta be a lot better with, if I was gonna guess, I haven't done it, I would say you have to be a lot better with pre-fishing. Because, you know, if I have a bad, like, Lake St. Clair is fucking massive. So if he shows up in his kayak and picks a bad starting spot, his next spot could be fucking like literally an hour away in a kayak or more. Where for me it would be 4 minutes. Because I can go 65. And I bet he can do about 5. Hey, pre-fish your rear off. I was right. What a guy. What a guess. That would have been my guess. Muskie heaven? I mean, it's smallmouth heaven, really. That's what it's known for, I think, more than anything. 7.1? Oh, that's better than I'd expect. No, I should have guessed that. I can do 3.5 in my boat with a trolling motor. According to my Garmin, anyway. There is nothing, as a boat tournament fisherman, there is nothing more annoying than those fucking, and I'm not shaming them, but there's nothing more annoying than those kayak tournaments that are like, they can send in the pictures or whatever those are called. Because you go to a fucking river or something, dude, and there is a goddamn kayak on every inch of the lake. So you're like, oh, I'll run fucking, you know, half a mile upriver and get away from these kayak fishermen. Nope, they went in at that landing too. There's fucking 30 more of them. And they're all wedged in the lily pads. So weird. The big rat is catching them. Random? Dude, I catch those all the time on the rat. Spooky. Bjark. You barked lightning here. Oh, no, like I said, I am not shaming the sport. It's just the volume of kayaks that appear everywhere is insane. I think they said the last one that we ran into on one of our tournament days, I think they said it was 140 kayaks. And even, you know, they take up a lot of space. You know, you still take up as much fishing space as a bass boat, right? I mean, you're still, if I'm not gonna be a dickhead, I still got to give you, you know, at least 100 feet or so. That's being a dickhead. But listen, I'll run you over. I will admit, when it's a kayak, I always pretend like I had no idea they're in a tournament. It's just some dude out for a nice leisurely day in his kayak. Weird. Big rat catches Dolly. Does not make sense. They're not even big Dolly. Chipmunk for the thunder? Nice, dude. He's your thunder buddy? He's like a 12-foot John boat. He doesn't realize your kayak. Honestly, the majority of kayaks cost more. I'd fucking fish in a 1994 fishing ski. I have more money in electronics on my boat than my boat cost me. I want a real bass boat, but I don't want to give up my windshield. There is nothing more enjoyable than zooming past a dude in a bass boat who's frozen fucking solid, curled down like this, trying to get out of the wind. And I'm just sitting there with my t-shirt on because I got a windshield. My buddy got a 21-foot Ranger this year, and it is fucking spooky fast, dude. Our lakes just aren't big enough for it, man. Yeah, one of the guys in our league fishes a 2019 Phoenix. He fishes, whatever, MLF. The lightning took my fish away. Hardcore did a bunch of kayaking out. Saltwater fishing. I'm pretty sure it was him. I fished bays in a kayak when I rented a house that came with kayaks. The problem I had was literally every single fish has murder teeth. It's hard enough to fucking deal with a fish in a kayak. Let alone when they all have murder teeth. Yeah, you can carp hair rig a telly. I think the only thing you can't do on a telly is bait fish. Freaks you out to be that close to the water? Sorry. Okay, what is going on? Medium rat isn't working, only big rat. Thunder. Yeah, dude, ocean fish just built different too, you know? Even if they're not that big, they fucking just pound for pound are 10 times stronger than any freshwater fish. Fear of not knowing what's underneath. We have electronics for that. I always use that with the kids who are afraid of the water. Works surprisingly well. Turn on the old depth finder. Show them there's nothing down there. Not even a weed in sight. LiveScope's a ton of fun. I getting better with it slowly. I mean, the big advantage for me, like I'm like not that good with it yet, but it's just being able to see ledges and elevation from 100 feet away. You know. Being able to pull up to a fucking drop off and cast right at it without having to roll over it to find it. Or without having to run around with my big motor inside imaging. Seeing fish, I think, can actually be a fucking crazy hindrance. Too many guys get stuck focused on these fish they can't get to bite. You can watch fucking 8-ounce jigs, dude. Smaller than that. I can watch my little drop shot I drag across the bottom. Doesn't even have to be swim baits. Hard, though. They make it look easy. Without talons, very difficult to keep your focus. I mean, you know, you're never, you know, in a kayak especially, you're never sitting still in a boat. No matter how still you feel, you touch that trolling motor even on a fucking 2, and you drift 10 feet. Any amount of wind, you're constantly moving. So really hard to keep your focus on your bait. They only have, even the new, I have the new one, the LSV 34 or whatever, it's 18-degree viewing range. Ain't a big view. They can see really far, but they can't see very wide. I just built it into my ice fishing box. I'm going to be taking it up north end of the month. I took it off my boat, put it into a box, ready to roll. It's definitely been the most useful piece of technology. Yeah, I would. It is. I mean, I can't even fish without a fucking at least depth. What's the sensor end of a live scope look like? It's a big triangle. About a 6-inch triangle. It's actually like 6 and a 1/8 or something like that. Just too big for a 6-inch hole unless you tip it. Unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's 3 or 4 transducers like stacked together into this triangle, Calestigro, so that it can fucking blast super fast. Because Because that's the big thing with it, is it's near instantaneous updates, unlike regular sonar. So you're basically watching the fish swim live. The old men that I know that have it say they don't notice any delay, and they keep telling me it must be my settings, but I think they're just old men. Because I can notice like that, just the tiniest little delay between when a fish hits my bait and when I feel the fish hit my bait, you know? What happened to my little spot here? Yeah, maps are really useful too. I mean, I do a ton of research before I go to any lake, just sitting on my phone looking at maps. They're usually not super accurate, but close. It would find Nessie if Nessie was real. Crazy. This went from a fish every cast to none. I'm not trying to ruin people's dreams about Nessie, but actually, I guess the locks are probably too deep, huh? Aren't they supposed to be silly deep? My fish finder probably doesn't see that deep. I've never gone anywhere to test it. And didn't read the box. Yeah, rat gang. 800 foot, yeah, I thought it was something like that. I was gonna say 7. I mean, I'm sure there's easy sonar for it. If Nessie was in salt water, I'd say, like, maybe. You know? Buried somewhere in fucking the Antarctica. Medium black rat. OP. Needs nerf, honestly. You, thank you for the 55 dicks. It's a megalodon. Also not real. Dingling, maybe the 12 months. Is it still real if it's gone? You think yes? I'll let you have it. I don't feel like arguing it. I mean, there's video proof of it, hooligan. It's not a very good example. And witnesses that are still alive. It's like nowhere near the same. Machida for the 17 months. Because I met you, Jenkins. Crackle, thank you for the 19 months. We slept together that one night, don't you remember? You mean bones, though? I mean dinosaurs, though. Look how little we actually get would write with dinosaurs. Besides, like, their skeletal structure, we get so much wrong. Sweet victory for Jesus. Brontosaurus doesn't exist? Wait, what? Didn't exist? That change it exists again? Jesus Christ, I didn't realize dinosaurs were Pluto. Equal no bones, equal no exist. Aren't they, don't they just have like this basically bones but not bones? Isn't it just like our teeth? No, Pluto is still gone? Oh, poor Pluto. Oh, really? Their whole skeletal structure is just cartilage? Your teeth are not bones, Dingaling. You're wrong. They're dentin. It's different. I know. I thought sharks had similar skeletal structure. They're similar to bones. They're just not technically a bone. I would count it, dude. If a peanut gets called a nut, like, you can call my teeth bones, and I'm not going to be upset about it. And like, don't even get us started on fruits and vegetables. Our whole life is a goddamn lie. What about Pluto being gone? It's not a planet anymore. I gotta really learn to pull out. Yeah, it's gone. I need to know more about this Brontosaurus thing, though. Oh, okay. Google told you a Brontosaurus was real, but was disputed. Its reality was disputed, though. It sounds like we shouldn't trust science. You don't know a lot about fishing. It's the most realistic. Has the most fishing techniques. It's the only one with a true, uh, like living fish system that they're moving around and changing their position. There's a better term for this, but I can't think of it right now. Which just means you can play it endlessly and never like figure everything out. Day to day will be different. Hour to hour can be different. Like I just fished that spot for an hour and now those fish are moved on. Could be the weather, could be the fucking who knows what. Could be fucking devs hate me. Honestly, all are viable options. Yeah, where most fishing sims and sims in general, which is I've said this about all sims, once you learn how to like break the sim, the realism is gone, you know? I don't know what's so special about this rod, but it's catching fish. You can't do that with this game though, GoRib. The fish literally move hour by hour. Day by day. They change what they like to eat. That's exactly the point. You can't even Google this game to death. The majority of the time you're going to find old guides that tell you places that fish used to exist. And sometimes they'll still be there, or sometimes they'll have moved 7 times and gone back there. But yeah, the fish are always moving and always changing top baits. And you can catch fish completely off the meta with random baits in random spots, luck by luck of the draw. Because that's fishing, right? It shouldn't be a pre-programmed. And that was the problem with like Fishing Planet. Fishing Planet has some nice features and some cool graphics and stuff, and the ability to fish next to each other, but it has the glaring issue of once you know how to catch a fish, you can catch that fish over and over and over and over and over every single day in the exact same spot using the exact same bait. And that gets boring very quickly. Now, Jake, I have heard multiple times you quit streaming, so please don't lie. I won't stand for it. I won't tolerate it. I don't give a shit if you break my line. Dude, baitfish out here just gets instantly swallowed. It's usually garbage. Yep, garbage. Wait a minute. Not garbage? Not garbage at all. We turned a fish worth pennies into a fish worth 20s. We love that for us. I was hoping this was going to last me through the night, but clearly I was wrong. What's wrong with this rod? I had been telling everybody that I didn't have a lot of faith, and you know what? Turns out I was unfortunately wrong. I mean, I wanted it to be good, don't get me wrong, but I didn't have any faith. However, I never would have expected it to be as bad as it was. Literally the worst fishing game on the planet. They should be ashamed and embarrassed. Yeah, it does, hooligan. That's not my roots. I was poor. I didn't have a Dreamcast. That was for rich kids. That was the one where the boat had brakes. Yep. I didn't think that there could possibly be a worse fishing game than Bass Master Classic or whatever that came out earlier this year or last year. Well, I guess last year now. But they did it. They managed to do it. The worst game ever. Imagine making a fishing game and your water looks like shit. Like, I'm not just being like your water doesn't look good. Like, I mean, obviously water never looks stellar. There's always going to be issues with it. But their water was fucking unviewable for a lot of people. It was just like black hole. Sorry, that game's just so frustrating to me. Then they made a dumb video about how they went out to learn to fish. Made me even more angry. These devs love fishing. You can just tell. Absolutely. There are a few things in this game that are like what I would say just industry wrong. Um, but adds to the game value. Like with all Sims, you know, you gotta balance the realism with the video game. Why would you bring in fucking KVD? A fucking 60-year-old man to help you design a video game. He's going to pick it up and be like, yeah, this is sweet, and just say what he has to say to get the fuck out of there. Because it's just a paid promotion. He's not going to, like, give a fuck. He's going to take his check straight to the bank. He's got no game experience. I think it's more along the lines you just shouldn't make a game you're not interested in. They just shouldn't be designing games that they don't know shit about. Because it takes both. You can't just have, like, the number of avid fishermen and avid gamers are very, very small. And it would take both to make a good fishing video game. The Hunter wasn't that bad? No, that's because it's like super simple. Like the difference between fishing and hunting is, night and fucking day. You shoot animal, it die. Like all those resources are easily available. And they acted like they were passionate about wildlife when they made the Hunter. I mean, that's why they originally didn't want to do a bunch of like big game hunting, killing rhinos and elephants and stuff like that. No, that was some other game with another. That was Way of the Hunter. Hello, farter. Come on, son. Sorry, there's just like nothing good. My arm's tired. There's nothing good to catch at night. I'm waiting. I think I'll move back to the other side, I guess, in the morning. I don't know. How's it going over there for you, Jenkins? Maybe I dip on Yama for a bit. What am I doing beside my arm? I'm incredibly tired. It's the last day of having my kiddos, so I only get like 6 hours of sleep while she's at school. Long days. And I slept like shit last night. Or, well, today. Yesterday. Whatever time I sleep. Oh, your internet died? Yikes. That happened to me last night. A VR fishing, does she? My daughter hates fishing. Probably because it's all our dad does. A beautiful love story, and then left you. Yeah, I don't remember. I had more to add to it. I was still telling the story for a while before I realized I was gone. It was a lot. That whole period of my life was real fucking chaos. From like 16 to 23, it was just. It's a whirlwind of stupid. Time is all relative. I don't know what that has to do with being tired. They named the kid after the car. What is the kid's name? I don't remember his name. No, though. It's unfortunately, it's just some dumb, trendy millennial name like Aiden or an 8-hour board game. Wow. Mile marker 126. Donkey Kong? It's a strong name for a strong monkey. Gorilla? Whatever. I should cut these down and make a bow. I have to dry them for a few days first. Oh no, these are for arrows. Sorry. I'll tell you, I don't have any friends. And especially not any friends that play board games. My only friend hunts and fishes. That's it. A community would join me? Yeah, they're not friends. You met my community? Yeesh. Yeah, one of those, Mitchell. You get it. I like a good board game as long as it's paced well. If I have to fucking wait on people to be stupid, making fucking 35-minute turns, get me out. It's the problem where I live. If I don't have internet, I don't even have a cell phone. Caught a fish. Well, it's almost morning. There's a little light showing. I caught a really big pink salmon down here the other day, but then just never another one. Big fan of Clue and Monopoly. Clue? Clue? I remember when I thought Clue was like a challenging game. Have you played Clue as an adult? Wingspan? You mean the pre and post game commentary for the Red Wings? I watch Wingspan. Yeah, that I participate in. You should you should revisit before you say you like it, cause like we tried to play Clue as adults, and like every round was solved in like 12 seconds, and we're like, oh, this game's um, not hard when you have a brain. Monopoly's tight though, and I still love Risk. It's a bird card game. Yeah, my brother's big into indie board games and card games and tries to get me to play sometimes. Used to when he lived here. We're trend setting, Jasky, with rats. Rat trendsetters here. I wouldn't be surprised if medium black rat is out of stock. He's just a powerhouse. Like to hear about rat trends, I'm glad. I threw it as a joke, caught a fish, threw it 3 more times, caught 3 more fish, got Jenkins to join in, we set a global record. You know, we're taking rat to the moon. Sorry, I didn't like that. It seemed like the right thing to say until I spewed it out of my mouth. How you doing though, Jorsky? Me too, very tired. Big sleepy. Though I woke up a bit when I turned the stream on, that's good. I gotta take my daughter to the dentist in 7 hours. Are you a cool fish? You're a cool fish! Yeah, we love cool fish. You're all in on Ratcoin? Damn it, see what I started? You can't trade real life things for in-game stuff. That's cheating. I don't support these house rules. Not in my house. I don't want to lose every board game I play to my friend with the most actual IRL money. I already have that in real life. You know? I don't need my fucking fantasy time to also be beaten like that. Fucking blue names. I can't read them. Is that Poop Beast? Alright, you're not a cool fish. You could be, though. Transform. Robots in disguise. You know what would make Yama the best map in the game? A four-wheeler. That's the answer, in case you're wondering. You'd settle for a boat? I mean, a boat would be bigger than a four-wheeler. Four-wheeler with rod holders. Cool fish? No. Dumb fish. Like, who goes onto a remote island and doesn't bring their four-wheeler with them? Come on. Let's have some realism here. Yeah, it was cooler than the last one. That's true. Where'd my cool fish go? Oh, You're tiny. Be cool. You gotta be a pink salmon to be cool. I can't tell what you are because you're so tiny you're hidden behind a mouse. I'm gonna let you go. Every once in a while you gotta let one go for the fish gods. I think I'm using like way oversized shit. No, I'm good. Should downsize my line maybe. So it can tell its friends about the floating rat and the nice man that it met on shore. Now they're... Alright, well, we don't gotta talk about that one. He must have just bit the rat by the tail. No hooks in the tail. I don't believe it has any controller support. Too many hotkeys. You got like T for tasties, U for stuff, C for crafting. Wait, that's N, isn't it? N for... Nah, dog, that's crafting. C for keep net, obviously, because you don't need the letter K. It's an unnecessary letter in the alphabet. We could just get rid of it. Yeah, exactly. Everyone wants to see you get eaten, Mouse. Do your thing. You can walk forward. Oh, that's something. Stop it, tiny fish. Large fish only. Wait a minute. You might be an acceptable small fish. Nope, you aren't. You're a fucking piece of shit and I hate you. When I first moved to the lake, there was this young kid, about 18, 19. Some learning disability. I don't know what it was. And I was just kind of being nice to him. He was super excited to have someone close to his age move into the neighborhood because it's like just all old farts here. So I started taking him fishing with me once in a while. But the fucking kid would not just stop spewing slurs at every fish he caught. And I just couldn't I just couldn't deal with it. I felt bad. His dad had died. His mom was a drunk. His stepdad was a drunk. You know, I wanted to just be nice to the kid and give him a nice, occasional fishing trip. But every fucking fish, dude, they'd start flopping in his hands and he'd just start fucking rambling off the whole gambit of... He's addicted to meth now. So, like, at least he did something with his life. Important to have hobbies, yeah. When your only hobby was fucking yelling at fish. Simmer down there, Tyson. Somewhere over here I caught a giant pink salmon. It wasn't giant. It was large, though. I'll find it again. Its bigger brother. Its incredibly large mother. That's rude. My fishing drove him to meth. I mean, you could say that. Speed 30. On the Overlord, I'm running like 28. I normally run 25 when I'm using a normal speed reel, a normal retrieve reel. Jenkins, I'm gonna need you to find us some new spots. I feel like I do all the legwork here. Oh god, my bottom rods. You get all the Tommy! That's the weirdest way to spell your name. Tommy. I blame fucking Jake for that one. He gave me the Mike Tyson lisp. Alright, Jenkins, suck my whole dick, would you? Would you? You don't feel a touch sad for your caught fish, then you eat them? I just feel sad for the ones I feel guilty for the ones I murdered that I can't eat. I guess. I wouldn't say sad as much as just like, damn it. Where'd I leave those fucking rods? It's not a rat. Yeah, it's kind of sad we have to have laws that keep us from keeping fish we accidentally kill, because otherwise people would just kill fish and be like, whoops, it was an accident, and then keep them, you know? So, like, sometimes you catch a fish that you just can't keep it, and it accidentally got killed. And you go, well, there's turtles. But turtles are tight, so I don't mind feeding them. Catfish are cool, too. They eat them. Sorry, Tommy, you're not using that rat. Turns out rats have the worst durability in the game of any lure. I was going to keep it as a trophy and mount it on my wall, but I gave it to you as a present. Sort of like a cat. I gave you a dead rat. Yeah, it's a dead rat. I claimed you now. You're mine. A decent dolly. Calling it. Call your shot. Shoot your shot. Like a 3 kilo dolly. Fuck! I'm an idiot. At least be like 3 kilos. 2.8. 2.4. I mean... My arm is fucking killing me, dude. Just this repetitive process of clicking has caused a strange pain in the old forearm. Don't get old. Is that a dolly? Was I one fish off? No, that ain't. My rods are probably finally done. I should go get them. I feel like this spot, Jenkins, in the morning is the best, but it's like the best in the morning and has not been doing well in the afternoon. I'm coming down here in the afternoon to prove my point. Yeah, I feel like it's been the morning powerhouse. Real morning wood. Where is the line I'm looking for? Huh. I must have shoved it on something random. I've been really doing a lot of rod swapping. Change anything with your strategy, Jenkins? Besides just being better than me? I gotta get my 3 co-hosts for the day, then move on. One. Yeah, being luckier is cool. I've tried a few times, but unfortunately, no luck. I should have ate a watermelon instead. We'll eat one as well. You just got a sub badge between messages. That was weird. Is that coho number 2? No. It's garbage ass chum. There's another spot I found right here, Jenkins, that did surprisingly okay. More chums, but you know, when you get bored. Oh, my wallet. Hey, there's your sub. Thanks for the 5 months. You thankful for the stream and how it helps you unwind? That's sweet. Thank you. I am thankful for you guys and how it helps me, live. Feed my daughter. I really thought she'd think my job was cool, but unfortunately, I'm not cool. Still not cool. Nice fish, Juju. Nah, you're good. I appreciate just watching is huge. Subbing even once in a blue moon is massive. But sometimes, Jenkins, I like to just hit it from the side, you know? Come in with a hot angle. Yeah, get crazy with it. Oh, you gotta work those angles, son. Is 10 a tween? Does 10 officially count as a tween? Nice brown trout. I wonder if brown trout's like rats. Borderlining. Oh. See the co-hosts. They're here. Depends on your social circle. So Lackard offered this a hotel at Disney. And I really want to take Alice. It'd be a fun time. Obviously, great deal. The bitch is, she's at that age where I can't even when it's just the two of us, I can't even stop at a truck stop and take a shit because she's too old to want to fucking see dad poop. My favorite Dr. Seuss book. But she's not old enough that I trust other people around her to leave her standing in a fucking truck stop. Thank you, Anne. You know, I've been learning as I go. Didn't take enough parenting classes, clearly. He's a lot. Yeah, so that's the issue. Because all the moms I know, it's mostly who I talk to is moms. They're like, well, why don't you just bring her in the bathroom with you? And I'm like, well, first of all, she doesn't want to, so I could force her. But if it's not like one of those family bathrooms, I mean, y'all been in a men's room. Maybe not you, Minnie, but even probably you. It's just a bunch of dudes standing fucking 3 feet from the urinal hanging meat half the time. They're not as, accepting of or expecting of dude to bring his daughter in the restroom with him. And I kid, it's just one of those stupid little things where it sucks. So I think I might try to take one of her older friends who's like 14 or something. Along with us, just so, you know. I tried to take one of my cousin's kids. I was like, hey, let me borrow one of your daughters. Because she has like 3 daughters, like 15, 16, and 17. And she's like, if you take just one of my daughters to Disney, the other kids are all going to think that fucking Uncle Dick has a favorite kid. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. You're probably right. So they abduct the older one. It's genius. Get a distraction, kid. Now the girl I'm taking, I'm just gonna give her a fucking sock and a roll of quarters, dude, and ain't nobody gonna fuck with her. She's a tough little bitch. Yeah, my number one parenting advice to most people is like, raising a kid is just having a relationship with a tiny human being. It's not a checklist of goals and accomplishments you have to do. Like, just build a good relationship with another human being, and you'll be fine. I think I've been fine so far. It helps. 0 to 3, fuck me, I'm out. I don't know nothing. That whole, I was an awful dad those 3 years. I'm not a sit on the floor and play with Barbie's dad. Yeah, you're not even trying to look. If you're not seeing dick when you're in a men's room, you're not even looking. That's your fault. Your first name is Richard as well. Classic dicks. I hate when people try to talk to you at the urinal. So many people try to do it. Achilles ain't for the 10 months. A newborn girl. Aw. They're cute. I just said I'm bad at it, but they're cute. Congratulations. I wish adopting as a single dad was easier. I'd adopt me another one. Like a 5-year-old, though. Skip that whole baby phase, dude. Do you have another kid, Achilles? What is that fish, Jasky? She's the hot, dirty one from Scooby Doo, right? First and probably only. Sorry if that was too personal a question. I was just curious. Um, Good for you guys, though. I think adoption is wonderful, and obviously, I love my daughter very much. But if I had a redo, I think adoption would have been the way I wins. I felt like I needed to, I had to, the same deal. I had to hit that life goal checklist of having my own child. But honestly, um, seeing how many the kids I have to deal with through the school and stuff now with all the after school activities I volunteer for. A lot of kids out there, man, need help, need a home. How are you, Danny? And I'm always worried about that go rib. They're just gonna hear some like fucking 2 parts of a word and think that it's, you know. I know you're not supposed to say those kind of things when you have a kid, like no regrets and all that shit, but like that's just dumb. My daughter's fucking amazing. Like 10 out of 10 makes other parents so jealous. That's my favorite part. 8 kids and 5 of you are adopted. Wild. Where they did they foster kids and just end up adopting them all? Because I've seen that a lot, where they they start out as foster parents and then just end up, well, yeah, I don't think 35 is too old for a child to like. But isn't that when you start to get into like birth risk stuff pretty high? It like starts to really skyrocket from 35 on? Yeah. And so I think again, the non-selfish thing to do there. I don't remember Go Rev. But enjoy, yeah, the baby phase is tough, dude, and like not to be sexist, but I feel like it is tougher on the man. Now an adopted baby's a little different. Because you're not like my wife breastfed, and there was basically like 6 months there where like I'll get up with the baby, but it's pointless because I can't do the deed. I was just thinking about how I should have tried to like sneak the baby over. Shh, mom's sleeping. Have a snack. So I felt so worthless, and I do feel like the connection side of things. I was unfortunately the one working too, so the connection side of things was like really bad. It was really, I really felt like I was struggling as a father for like the first, probably only the first year. Where I just like felt like I didn't have a role except to like run to the store to get fucking diapers and wipes and. Really, Sailor? I feel like that if if I was a woman, that'd be me. I'd be like, just don't wake me up. Just fucking throw her on there, cause I can sleep through anything. I was an errand boy. I was the gopher of the fucking childcare. And he like I would out of sympathy get up with her, and then just annoy her cause she's tired, and I'm also the kind of person that when I wake up, I'm usually like good to go, and she's not. So I'd be like, can I do anything? Can I help? What do you need? What do you need? Huh? Huh? And then she'd punch me in the dick and I'd go back to bed. I'm basically a fucking Labrador. Every time you stand up off the couch and your lab comes running up to you, like, what? What are we doing? Where are we going? What's happening? That was me. Till she just yelled at me enough so I stopped and went to sleep. What? One time I didn't hold shift all day. That's my first rat fit lost fish. It's all right. We picked up a second fish, not as big as the first. Maybe a cooler species? Nope, it's garbage. But we still caught a fish. Pennies in the bank. That was the biggest American Nelma from a man from New Zealand. Jenkins, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, don't make Being watch all these stupid ads. I haven't seen you fishing, Being. Why don't you join Rat Gang? It's a real cool club. And you're not part of it. What the fuck's that from? Have to go outside and meet people? The meeting would be far more interesting if you were in the nude. Or you'd go to jail. It depends on who you're meeting. Is that a tiny coho? Oh, it's not that big. It is 2023. I'm doing so good with this year. Normally I struggle with that and keep saying the wrong year over and over and over. I have said this year a few times, meaning last year, but like other than that. You write your date on your meat? I usually write on my date's meat. Little autograph for him. Yeah, when you put it in the freezer. That's smart. I have so much old meat I need to get rid of. Instead, I just keep like randomly going, and eating it. You know? Nobody's ever tried to doodle on my genitals with a Sharpie. And honestly, I'm kind of upset about that. If it's frozen, does it really go bad? Or just taste shitty? Let's be honest. The one I just learned that blew me away as a fisherman is it's illegal to keep X amount of fridge in your freezer. Here in Michigan, it's you can have 3 times your limit in your freezer. And I'm like, dude, like every fisherman I know is breaking that law. It's super hard to get caught, but still crazy. Yeah. He said it tasted great. That's crazy that his freezer stayed cold. Yeah, one dude told on himself. Um, on not knowing the law existed. The DNR was accusing him of taking fish twice in one day, which is illegal. And he's like, no, 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 no. I'll even take you back to my house and show you in my freezer. So the DNR followed him to his house, looked in his freezer, and they found like 1,500 fillets. And they're like, well, bad news is you're like 100 times over the allowed limit. Oh, they can search my freezer. Ain't no fish in there. Me and Alice eat that shit the minute we get it. I don't keep it unless I plan on eating it like immediately. I don't really like to freeze it. Yeah, DNR and Michigan, they have different names depending on the state. Stupid America things in our states all having their own fucking rules. Yeah, I don't even really like to freeze it if I don't have to, Epic. I try to eat it within the first day. Fresher the better, and I have no schedule to my life. So like frozen meat ends up being permanently frozen for me or rush thawed, and that just fucks everything up, dude. If you would thaw in a hurry, it's never very good. Alright, I think I'm gonna go get my rods. And maybe take a rat break. I hate to say it. Yeah, Department of Natural Resources. Rat Meta is not old news. I'm not giving up on Rat Jasky. My arm is killing me. The repetitive fucking click for 2 seconds, let off for 3 seconds, click. Just doing that hurts. You want to go catch a Nelma? Are you trolling on fucking... what's it's called? Tunguska? I haven't trolled there since I was a wee lad. Are orders about to change? No. 40 kilo Chinook, 2 grand. Might need to take the rat to the Chinook spot tomorrow, bro. $420. Fixed it. That's really bad. I sold earlier. Yeah, that's still really bad. Fuck you, Jenkins. Stop it. There's a Christmas tree and a popcorn machine. Yeah, it's a fancy island. And it's an island. Don't forget that, Minnie. Next year, we're going to go camp on an island in a river on public land and fish all night. It's not done yet? Oh, no. How long is that? That's a while. Did I really get 420 silver from 69 fish? Jenkins, you fuck in the dark? What are you? Who are you? Is there a way to check if these are done without just visiting? I should have wrote down the timer. He's so much better at rat fishing than me, and it's just infuriating. He's a fucking rat prodigy. A ratagy. We need an 8-kilo pike. I don't even know where pike are here. Pike don't bite at night. Does the timer only tick while in game? Yeah, for repairing. I'm pretty sure. I'm not. I don't ever. I don't repair that often. This isn't what I want to do. Get me out of here. I have no idea what carp we're biting on right now. We're just going to throw some random junk out there while I run around and be an idiot. I'm good at that. These are pretty worn out. Tuna squid. I don't think I got that one. Is that double boilie? Tuna pop-up squid corn. Tuna and pepper. Tuna pop-up. That's a tiny tuna pop-up. What are our options here? Tuna. Whatever. Squid. I got squid corns. Oh yeah, I think I was doing quadra squid at one point. Do I have a tuna squid fucking... It's that squid. Nah, we'll be close enough. Squid and fish. Or tuna oil. Ooh, tuna oil on one. That line is fucking smoked. Where the fuck are my clay sinkers? I don't know. It'll break my line, but that's fine. That line's smoked. I don't like the muggas. We'll do a singular and a corn. A yellow corn. I got so many corns. Oh, and you'll be squid and fish. Get crazy. I hate Jenkins. He's a dick. Oh, dude, carp fishing is fucking goofy. So the concept here is this is what they would have call a pay lake. It's stocked with carp. The carp get fucking fed. This thing would be loaded with dudes all around the bank carp fishing, and you pay to fish here. So guys get absolutely nutty with rigging. They get absolutely nutty with bait variety in an attempt to catch these really highly pressured fish. Completely unnecessary to catch any American carp because no one fucking cares. But in these really highly pressured lakes, it's about getting creative, trying to give yourself that little edge. I don't know if this spot will work, but we'll find out, eh? That didn't go far enough. Yes, I was using, that's why I have the squid stuff. I was using, well, that went quick. I wasn't going to set up the third rod, but now I might. If I can find my reel. It's here somewhere. I've done so much random ass fishing. I only have weed again. I must have blew a line. These junky corns. I don't know which one went first. If it was tuna or squid. Rig not assembled. Oh yeah, sinker. That's important. Oh, straight corn. Yeah, corn works fine. Corn is illegal in a lot of here, in a lot of places, because it's bad for the trout or some nonsense. I don't know. You can only use 3 rods in this game. Yeah, same with my state. 3 rods is the legal limit here too. Hello, little common carp. Doo-dah, doo-dah. I would say 3 on average when I've traveled. So far, everywhere I've traveled, 3 tends to be the average amount of pulls you're allowed. But some places have no rod limits. I think they're a bit. They're so we have all these duplicate laws, like I was talking, and laws that try to keep people from cheating the system, right? Like, if you think if people were honest, rod limit should be irrelevant because there's fish limits. So, go out, catch your fish, go home. Like, you're allowed 25 perch, right? So go out, fish as many fucking rods as you want, get your 25 perch, and go home. But the problem comes into, I think it's an attempt to make it more difficult for people to go out, catch 25 perch, take them home, come back, catch 25 perch, take them home, that kind of thing. I think personally, because otherwise they don't really make any sense. Like, why have all these duplicate laws? And like I said earlier, with the, if you kill a fish on accident that's too small, you can't keep it. And the reason that has to be that way is because otherwise people would kill fish on accident. It's really easy to make a fish death look accidental. Just tear its gills a little bit. Or just make it swallow a hook. So yeah, a lot of duplicate laws and fails. I think they're mainly just to try to keep people from abusing the system a little extra. Which one bit? This one? Tuna oil. Tuna oil wit. No, that wasn't the one. And I don't know which one bit now. One of them. Wait, how long is 29 minutes on the little clock there? It's longer than I want it to be, isn't it? I feel like it told me it was only going to take like a day and a half to repair. It's been longer than that. Why do you all have fish soup? Am I missing out on like a really quality food fish soup? Oh, you bought it for Christmas, didn't you? That's all it is. I thought you were cooking it. Is that a fish or the wind? Forgot to buy more? I think Christmas is still happening. I just don't really eat food. I just drink coffee. Big dig there. 7 worms. 1 rhinoceros beetle larva. 1 cockchafer. They really chafe your cock. 2 night crawlers. And a red worm. Oh, you're on. And excuse me, you're large? Cockchafer. It's a beetle, and that's its larva. My coffee didn't drink there. I thought my game crashed. Just a really quick, like, trophy ghost carp, you know? No big deal. It ain't that. Something here is weak in this setup. He's just going for a walk. That's a large lad. Unfortunately, carp don't fight that exciting. There are a lot of just wait for them to get tuckered out and then drag their fat asses to shore. They don't do a lot of big turns or jumps or anything like that. IRL, I think common carp are fucking lunatics, and they do all kinds of silly shit. Though these carp out here are like grotesquely obese. Not exactly prime fit specimens. They're like petting zoo goats. Ah, the classic I quit smoking, so now I shove tiny raw fish in my mouth and suckle. Yeah, I heard that one. Honestly, the sucking on tiny fish seems more dangerous than the cigarettes. Chomping down on their heads with their teeth. I think that's just something people do to fuck with kids. I've seen duck hunters do it as well, but I don't think they do it all the time, but I might be wrong. It's like, yeah, this is a way I can kill it. My mom taught me you tunk that motherfucker on the head with a spoon. The big spoon, you know the big spoon? Nobody knows what the big spoon is for. The the big one. Those were fish tonkers. That's all we ever used them for. You know that spoon. I thought you'd know that spoon. That's the you haven't done dishes in a while, so I guess I'm gonna eat fucking with the giant spoon or hit a fish. Good gravy, this is slow. Fucking overlord, dude. Just such a slow reel. Don't make a run, especially not to the right. What's the ratio? I don't remember. The ratios are fucking weird too because they're dependent on spool size and shit yet still too. Simtoric, thank you for the tier 2 in the 54 months. He did. He on his side. He did. He ain't a ghosty or anything. I don't think he's light enough for that. Just gonna be a Mira. Just under fucking trophy. Classic Amber stuff. See what I mean, though? They're not exactly, uh, you know, prime specimens. They're just big fatties. Exactly. Just under trophy. He fought hard for 22 kilo. Oops. I had my weight sitting on my button still. I don't know what that's worth. This is what small boilies gets you. That's what they actually look like in a normal body of water. That's their healthy compared to this toad fatty. Big pike. I think I accidentally do this one short, and that might be why it's not doing anything. Until they get caught. Well, yeah, in real life, you'd put them back here. You wouldn't keep them. These pay lakes. Was an angry one, too. Yeah, I'm going to move it. I don't have faith in it. And when you don't have faith, you don't have faith. You were using the old pal squid. You're on the tuna oil, though, and caught one as well. How about sweet corn liqueur? You're not getting out there far enough. I'll just waste all my PVAs and dip. It's fine. Oh, this must have like a really small weight on it. Yes, sir. It do. It still should be able to make it. You're on that single corn life, pop-up single corn life. Maybe I make that change too. Color corn were you? Dang it, picked the wrong color. For the love of God, give me enough energy to cast. Fuck it, I guess I'll just put on a different weight. Oh, we got a twofer going. This one will be small, so I'm gonna pick it up first. Yeah, it's still small. Have you actually had success with the Christmas boilies? I haven't seen anyone using them. You take those. Them's easy. Even 3. Nice. There's a Christmas neutral. What is it, like no flavor? Just a boilie? Add your own stank to it? Not things for fishing. Yeah. So, this setup is you have this little bag of it's like a dissolvable material that holds a bag of chum. So you would match your chum to what's on your hook. It's actually not on your hook, but anyway. Um, so basically, when these carp come in, there's this cloud of food, and they're eating all this food and accidentally eat your hook. Or sometimes you'll make your hook a little more appetizing and hope that they pick it out of the floating cloud. But a lot of time it's just they're feeding on a big cloud of junk and they eat yours in the process. And a lot of them use some sort of fucking cracker bread base and then some sort of sweet fruit thing. Like I would do personally, I would do panko, strawberry jello, and corn. And then my on my hook would be a piece of corn or two. In real life too, they'll go out for like days at a time and chum a spot. And they'll throw that pre-made mix they've already got into the water for days on ends, weeks, and then they'll go fish it. That way they've got that fish keyed in on that flavor. He wants it. He's expecting it. I think partly too in hopes that you're like keeping them fed and full so they're not eating other people's shit and silly stuff too. Like I said, unnecessary in America where carp are looked at as just an invasive fuck. You can just catch them with worms or whatever. I caught one on a fucking rubber worm. Bass fishing, thought I caught the biggest bass in my life. Nope, just a decent sized carp. They have like freaky, super big lips that are like really sensitive and have feeling and bleed and everything. They're like their hand. It's their hands. Unlike a lot of fish, where their mouth is just skin and the bone. There's no blood in it. There's no. So like the idea is as they've been caught more, they get smarter. They get really hook shy. They can actually feel your hook when they pick it up and stuff. So they actually hang the bait off a string, off your line, down under your hook or behind your hook, and the fish will eat the bait and be like, "Ooh, that's good," without feeling the hook, and then accidentally end up eating the hook too. It's very elaborate for what, again, Americans consider a fucking trash fish. We don't eat them. We don't do anything with them. In some countries in Europe, it's even a Christmas dish. A little carp for Christmas. Morlack said they'll keep one in the bathtub for like a week before Christmas to let it clean out. There is not guns or bombs or... But there is vodka. Little known fact, Russia isn't quite the meme that it is on the internet. They actually do regular things like fish with a rod and reel. Not everyone has a pet bear on a fucking unicycle, unfortunately. I too was disappointed to find out. No, 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 don't make that run. Get in here. Have you ever seen a shaved bear, though? No, because once they're shaved, they're no longer a bear, at least in my community. How big are you? 19? Nah, I can't tell. Haven't caught enough big ones. 16. It's a big fucking fish, dude. Tell you what, the carp are liking the rain today. I shouldn't have said anything. I gotta knock on wood. Jasky's become a pike whisperer. If you Google a shaved bear, oh, that's a whole lot of story. And a great war tactic, honestly. Like, fuck fighting. Let's just scare each other with shaved bears. You could have at least been 2 kilos so I could cook. Oh, wait. Can you cook a mere carp? It wouldn't let me cook one of my stupid carps. I think it was these. They can only cook the common carps. I think these are really cool. They look like they have some kind of disease because they only grow scales in random places all over their body, but it's just how they is. And they're all different. They're like snowflakes. They all have different scale patterns. There's no consistency to it. I learned a lot from this dumb game and then went and tried it all in real life a few years ago. It was fun. I did catch a mere carp. They're quite rare here. We don't have any of the other ones. Well, we have the big head and oops. Yeah, we have the big head. God, what a fish, huh? Just the pug of the fish world, honestly. Adorable. Horrible, but adorable. I guess it's possible we have albino carp. Unlikely, but possible. The albino fish usually don't survive because they get swallowed. You know, that whole I got eaten because I look different than every other fish. The giant goldfish. The giant goldfish with fucked up scale pattern. I guess it's possible there's a linear, yeah. And then what? I don't remember what leather is. Leather's scaleless, right? Or borderline scaleless. And these might just be mere varieties and not actually unique species. See, the minute after I said it's going well. Not well no more. long on my reel? They're technically, yeah. Just mirrors that have a pattern that you can identify regularly. My favorite fish taste-wise, tuna. I don't catch tuna though. Honestly, I think whitefish pretty much all taste the same. Be it a fucking bluegill or whitefish. That's this fish species. And they're all fine. Water quality, clarity, the environment the fish lives in and stuff like that really can affect how they taste. I don't mind a fishy tasting fish. Some people hate that overly fishy fish. It doesn't really bug me too much. Um, I do think they're better when they're nice and clean. Bluegill, sunfish, I cannot tell you them all apart, honestly. Every time I think I've got it figured out, I end up wrong or told wrong or... Yeah, that's going to take a fucking minute, huh? I would say fish taste very different, but it's not because of the species. It's because of where they live. There are otherwise they have very different types have like salmonoids have very similar meat. Like tuna has similar meat, like whitefish species have similar meat. Very few that are like truly unique. There's a few in saltwater that like texturally can get unique. Like cobia is kind of a popular one in Florida, and it's like weirdly firm, almost strange. Water temperature affects taste of fish too. Again, the quality of the meat more than anything. Which is why I said where they live and the environment they're from. Like, a lot of fish will live in shallows, find cover. They'll find something like this and make it home, right? Or they'll go find deep water and a deep drop off and spend most of their life out there. Some fish travel back and forth. I mean, they all travel back and forth, but like when it comes to what is home, where they spend most of their time, a fish usually tastes better if it comes out of a deeper, cooler water. Uh, Anyone who's dove off a boat into a lake, your fucking feet end up in freezing cold water, even if the surface temperature is 80 degrees, right? I know down south there's a lot of species of fish they won't eat at all in the summer. Like I've heard crappie and stuff gets really mushy in the summer because the water temps get too high. Up here we eat them all year. You ever seen a bowfin filleted, lead? It lives in such warm, shallow water that like the minute you fillet it, it just kind of turns gelatinous and starts melting. I've heard if you freeze it first and then fillet it, it'll hold together. Sounds awful. Yeah, it's just regular white meat, you know, but it's because they live in such warm, nasty. They love fucking 4 inches of water, 95 degree This is where they thrive. And that's what I was saying about Morlock saying they'll put a carp in the tub for a week. People do the same thing with turtle. Any rednecks here ever had a turtle in a 55-gallon drum? Put a turtle in a drum and you turn the hose on it every. You actually get the fucker to bite onto the end of the hose. You clean the water, yeah, and then the water is filtering through them. So, um, but yeah, we'd leave turtles in a barrel for like 2 weeks. Turn the hose on every couple days, and then eat it. I had always thought bass was subpar, and I assumed it was because they were so predatory. Um, but this year we went camping up north, and we were like, fuck it, dude, let's cook some fish on the campfire. And we were up north where the water was, I mean, 30, 40 foot of depth you could visibly see in the water. It was insane. It was the coolest place I've fished in a long time. Um, it was a flooded valley in a forest, so there's just all this old dead timber standing up in the water, and you look down, it looks like it's fucking 3 feet away from you, but it's 20 feet under the boat. Um, and those bass were seriously some of the best fish I've ever eaten. They came out of like 45-degree water that was crystal clear with current, and they were absolutely. And we cooked them on a campfire. It's not like we even had a good pan, and I mean we. What's my biggest catch? I think by weight is a flathead, by length is a snook. I used to keep it over here. I think just the other day I swapped it out for a picture of not my dad. Why would I save it as what it is so that I could find it later? No. Oh, I bet I did, but then I bet I got moved into the file that says where I hid all my desktop icons. There's just a file there called cum. Amazingly, I have no full fucking picture or no file labeled just fish. That's probably my best fish. Just because it's like a really good uh, size for its species. We had no idea what we caught, so we had gloves on and everything. Um, because everything we had caught in the ocean had teeth. And that's the only fish that didn't. Caught in the middle of the fucking night, trying to drag it up onto the deck without any idea what it is. Freaking out. I am younger. It's just, you know, how time works. Any picture I show you of me, I will be, in fact, younger. That's quite a few years old now, though. 3, 4. But that's a snook. And I think it was 42 inches. I know it was enough that the. So we'd never fished like at all in saltwater, either of us. Like stupid little shit off pier, catching tiny little bait fish. So we went to the bait shop and got some advice. And the guy gave us all this shit to get. And, you know, my buddy was like, hook, line, and sinker, buy everything he says. But my buddy was dead set on he wanted fucking squid. He'd been watching YouTube videos. He wanted squid. And the guy kept telling him, like, man, the fish you want to catch is snook, and they don't eat that shit. You know, if you want to catch the big ones, I think it was shrimp and some minnows and stuff he was giving us. And my buddy's like, we're buying shrimp, or we're buying squid. So we ended up buying the fucking squid, and I caught it on a piece of squid, which is actually like unusual. And I took the picture. I went down there and told him, I was like, hey man, I caught a 42-inch snook, and he like looked at me like, yeah right, and showed him the picture, and he lost his fucking mind. He was furious. I fish in that bay every day of my life for the last 20 some years and haven't caught one that big. What'd you catch it on, my buddy? Squid. He was pissed. Yeah, exactly, lad. Like there was no skill involved in it. I didn't know what I was doing. It was purely luck. Um, but that's fishing, dude. I let it go. It was fine. He can go catch it himself. And the dude was right. He's like, squid, you're just gonna catch a bunch of fucking saltwater catfish. They're gonna drive you nuts. He wasn't wrong. It's the worst part about bay fishing in the Gulf, man. They're just an endless amount of fucking saltwater catfish. You would think you would had to have caught them all, but there's more and more and more. And then the next day, my buddy that guy in the picture got stabbed by one. And again, we were naive. We've been stabbed by a lot of catfish in Michigan, but they have some fucking toxin. It stabbed between his fingers, and he's a big, tough dude. He may not look it with the glasses and getting old now, but he's a big, tough motherfucker. He broke his back in a car accident. They told him he'd never walk again. I mean, he's a tough man. And he's like borderline crying, like, dude, there's this catfish thing. And he's like, I don't know what it is, but this is the worst pain I've ever fucking felt. So we get him to the hospital and turned off. The bar broke off between his finger bones. He had to have surgery. It was a whole to do. How often do you get checked for fishing permits while fishing? This year was my first time ever. I see DNR a lot. I think that they are more likely to check the guy who doesn't look like he fishes every day. You know? There's definitely some like profiling there for sure. Because as soon as I see a DNR officer, I start reaching for my wallet to grab my license, you know. But I also have a ton of gear. When a dude pulls out fucking $1,000 worth of rods and reels, he's probably got the $25 license. That's what I assume. Why they never ask me, because I've literally seen him ask people around me and not me. But on the ice the other day, a guy came out and checked every single one of us out there, and there was like 50 of us, dude. People tried scattering like roaches, and it was funny because uh, we're sitting there fishing, and I hear this, "Good morning," and I was like, "Dude, that's a fucking cop." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Just the way he said that was just like very much a cop." And he's like, "Nah." 20 minutes later, here comes this cop, and he's like, that guy up there would not stop talking to me. And I'm like, I told you it was a cop, dude. I could tell by the way he said it. Do I have a fish? I do wear a hat when I'm fishing for the sun, but not a fish. I did chat. Someone in chat, Joffy sent me a fucking masturbator hat. But my dad stole it. So I have a hat with a fish on it that Alice gave me for Father's Day that I wear. It's a hat that says masturbator. You know the classic fishing joke, masturbator. Oh, the floppy rim fishing hats? No. No. Nobody wears those. Yeah, you do have to have a license in everywhere you go to fish in America that I know of. I've never been to a state where you don't need one. You can get 1-day passes though that are usually really affordable. I fished from here to Florida and back, and I'm pretty sure the most I paid for a 1-day license was like $12. You will wear one when you start fishing? Are you planning to start fishing or just collecting the floppy rim hats? I don't have any of the fucking fishing. The only like fishing gear I have clothing wise is the like Under Armour material fishing shirts. I really like those. Trying not to fucking have leather skin. Get skin cancer, you know? I'm at that age where I care about that stuff. I still managed to get absolutely fried like 3 times last year, but, you know, that was all swimming with my kiddo. I need a swim shirt. Oh, did you, Trevor? Nice. We have our little fishing chat in Discord, too. Yeah, I don't think I have any of the... I got some, like, actual Under Armour brand stuff dirt cheap on clearance, and I think it was a mistake. But I just went with it. I got them for like $12. Under Armour hoodie, fishing shirts. They're nice, but I have nipples, as many men do. But I also have very uh, forward-facing, look at me now nipples. So you get very nipply in those shirts, and the sweat do be showing, but it keeps the sun from giving you cancer. So they say it's got to at least reduce it. It was in the 40s. Sounds like it was getting the prime time fishing. What happened? I have very present nipples. It's my least favorite quality about my body. If I could change one thing about me, it would be my nipples. They're not like massive or anything. They just like to make themselves known. I don't know. Not like I'm running around with a T. They look fine when I have a THO, actually. I got a little hard nipple. They look great. It's just, you know, my flaccid nipple is disappointing to me. Belt sander in a half hour? Good lord. They're not that big. I feel like just one quick zip on either one, we'd be good to go. My buddy was drunk, and I tried really, really hard to convince him that a great tattoo was a barrel of monkey's chain off his nipples. Just like 3 of those barrel of, remember the barrel of monkeys? You chain their little arms together? Just first one hanging off your nipple. That or like on a stomach tattoo of just a kitten batting a ball of yarn. Just something really not masculine. I thought I had him sold on it for a minute. I think if we would have been quicker at the with the tattoo guy, we could have got there, but his drunk started to wear off. Still worry about hooking yourself. What the most dangerous the only time I've ever hooked myself is taking off fish. That's it. Like your rod is, unless you're fishing with a 6-inch rod, some of us would be happy to have a 6-inch rod. But it's not like you're gonna hook yourself. But yeah, get a pair of pliers to help you take fish off. The biggest mistake I see though is people grabbing onto a fish, like trying to palm it, not getting good control of the fish. They go to start taking the hook out, the fish flops in their hand, they drop the fish, the hook falls in their hand. Yeah, I can't cast anything that big. My my peak for length is like 6'3". Anything bigger than that, I just feels too cumbersome for my tiny frame. I'm sure if I've spent the time in practice, I could figure it out. You can't tell looking at it in this game. You can tell a little more from an angle. But all of these rods are like fucking 12 to 16 feet long. I think I have one that's like 20 feet long. It's like those fears that'll never happen. Even when it does happen, it's not that bad. So, some fishermen in chat might yell at me about this one. But I feel like the whole like barb in under your skin thing is overplayed. Like you just pull that motherfucker out. I've never maybe people are fishing with like shark hooks all the time, something that's got a barb on it that's insane. But like it's just meat, right? You can pull it through it. Yeah, I've hooked myself multiple times in tournaments because I'm rushing to unhook fish and like just yank the hook out and fish the rest of the day. It's a tiny puncture. Where and how deep you hook? I mean, I've gone right out the other end. I didn't even shift reel. That was a little leather. It was a decent leather. I've never had one get infected. I clean them out when I get home. Hit it with the old peroxide when I get home. Got one in here. Yeah. I had a really bad one where I was holding a fish stupidly. It flopped, and the hook went down into my finger because it's a treble hook. So it went down into my finger and back out. So it's sticking out my thumb like this. But on the other side of that treble hook, you know, it's this guy. For those that don't know, 3 hooks together. So one's my thumb, and on this side is the fish still. who's losing his goddamn mind. That one sucked. When I was young once, I stuck myself and was too cowardly to rip it out, so I just cut my line and went around with it in my finger for like 3 hours till like my mom picked me up. I felt that like they hurt. Don't get me wrong, but like I hate pain. I'm not good with pain. I'm a wimp, but it's fast. It's fast and it's over. And it, I mean, I'd rather get stabbed with a hook than like sliced or cut. You know. You can cut the hook. I've never done that. I've always just pulled them out. I have crushed the barb before with a pair of pliers once to try to help. But again, I don't fish giant, massive barbs or anything like that. I don't know. I'm not fishing like maybe musky guys who are fishing these fucking insanely large 6-aught with a barb on it that's the size of my hook. I did that one bad when I was a kid, lad. Stuck my hand up the fucking gill of a muskie. Felt pain and stabbing and yanked it out, and I just like cheese grated my fucking hand. Yeah, gloves is great. I wear gloves for lots of different fish that I mean, like even catfish got no real teeth, but they got that sandpaper lips and a really strong jaw. So when you're getting a 30, 40 pound catfish trying to get a hook out of their mouth, they'll fucking clamp down on the top of your hand, and the sandpapery bit when they're wiggling and moving will fucking just grate your skin. I usually use like a pair of, because yeah, one problem with gloves is you can hurt the fish more, especially if you have to fish that you have to grab with in the gills or something like that. You don't have that feeling to be more careful. So I use a pair of like those thin cloth gloves with a rubberized grip. Usually is enough to like protect you pretty good. I have seen noodling. It's not really popular. It's I hate that it was got a TV show and got this global recognition. It's illegal in almost all states. Um, it's really dumb. It's one of those fucking things that got popularized and brought into the mainstream, but isn't real. It's like fucking 50 dudes in Oklahoma. Absolutely, Calestigro. Gear for the job, right? Yes, I have a very big anger towards noodling. That's why someone said, "Here we go," because I fucking hate it. Because like it shouldn't. It's the minute fishing gets brought up everywhere I fucking go, someone's got to bring up noodling like it's an actual fishing form, and it's just really not, man. It's the kind of thing a dad would do to impress his kid and fight through the pain. It's so it's gotten more popular now thanks to the dumbass show and the wild idiot hillbillies that want to go prove themselves. But like I said, you can't even do it in most states. Fishing with your hands is illegal. Noodling is where you stick your hand into banks and holes and get the fish to bite onto your hand, basically. Let a catfish eat my but it's like I said. I think it was a TV show on like TLC or something like that, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, anybody who doesn't know anything about fishing was like, "Oh, do you noodle?" No, no, I don't. Especially if you say the word catfish. And I get it. There's the shock and awe factor of it, but it's just it aired over there as well. Yeah. It's legal in 16 states, so more than I thought. But but to no surprise, Alabama, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Oklahoma, South Carolina, West Virginia, Texas. The same places where jugging is allowed. You want to talk about the most popular type of catfishing? It's jugging. Or whatever they call it, bush lines or whatever. Jugging is where they literally go out and set a milk jug with a line on it. They'll put their name and their fucking address on it, sort of like a tip up that they run out all summer. They just leave a fucking milk jug with a hook on it and come back and check and see what they got. And they'll do bush lines too, the same thing. They'll tie a rope to a bush and come back and check and see what they got. Catfish or a gator? Which one is it? Trevor, you are a paranoid little boy. You are. You're the only guy going fishing in fucking steel toe boots, chainmail gloves. Might as well put on a leather jacket. Good bite resistance. In case of the zombie apocalypse. I'm just saying. I feel like most zombie movies and TV shows could have been solved with leather jackets and some leather pants. Just saying. Yeah, I take gloves and a pair of pliers everywhere I go. And I usually end up using the pliers only on pike, because I don't want to stick my hand in their mouth. Yeah, we don't allow like any trapping except hippos. Uh, Animal trapping still has some legality, but not fish. I think, like with all things that you can get hurt, there's that level of respect that's necessary. You know, I worked in a Harley shop for 10 years. Um, every dude that came in fucking cocky as hell, bragging about how he's never crashed, doing burnouts and popping wheelies and bragging about how he never crashed. Like that dude's the ones that ended up losing legs and arms and shit like that. But there plenty of dudes who'd come in doing burnouts and wheelies and tell you the fucking 17 times they've crashed their motorcycle. Um, you have to have that, like, you still have to have that fear. You know what I mean? The fear isn't a bad thing because it gives you the respect to, like, you know, to think about what you're doing. It's when you get comfortable, when you stop being afraid, that you get hurt, right? Um, so there is that fine line. I don't think fear is a bad thing. Trust me, every time I pick up a bass with fucking 6 or 9 hooks hanging out of its mouth, you better believe I'm fucking concerned about the situation. That's why I don't fish a lot of it anymore. I do a lot of single hook fishing. I do not do a lot of treble hook fishing. Where's the rat at? I had to repair some rods, and I thought they'd be done, so I came to check on them, but they aren't done. My gear's busted up. Stung by a wasp in the throat. Yeah, I've got stung by a lot of bees in the neck face region. Bee creatures. The worst one I saw was my dad got hit in the forehead with a bat. Like a flappy wing bat, not a wooden bat, but a flappy wing bat. I've never seen a welt so big on a human being's head. It was just. It is unbelievable to me that he stayed on 2 wheels and did not crash and didn't get knocked unconscious. Yeah, they are. Then they just aren't on. Uh, they aren't on public TV much or whatever it's called. Not public. You know what I mean? Network television very much more. They have cable has a fishing channel where you can watch all that shit. Um, and there's a bunch of YouTubers like in my state. Fucking Mark Zona's amazing fishing show or whatever is. It sounds dumb, but it's really popular and big for bass fishing. That fucker needs to. I need to get this thing in so that one doesn't run right. Yeah, dude, I don't ride without leather. That's a lie. I rarely ride without leather. I never ride without jeans anymore now that I have a scarred calf from touching exhaust pipe. Yeah, I think he was specifically talking about that bass fishing educational type show, not the reality TV like Wicked Tuna. That's why I mentioned the ones I did. Yeah, there's plenty of Wicked Tuna and the crab one and probably others I don't know about because I don't watch that much. I don't surf that much network TV. should have cast that rod back out. How big is this motherfucker, though? Is Common Trophy 25 too? I thought Common Trophy lower than the others. Yeah, that's what I thought. Common's 20, Mirror's 25. Leather isn't, I don't think. I think I have a 25 leather. Calling a 23. It might be right. This rod isn't able to max, so. And the Overlord definitely not as strong as the Tagara. Is the worn out line keeping this fucker from maxing? No. Oh, it's a low kilo line. Definitely running harder than the last 22 we did. On this same rod. But they are very random. I have reeled in 20 kilo fish without them ever fucking making a real run. I mean, if you're gonna pay for it, Juju, I gladly will. But I can't afford it. Oh, it happens, Trevor. It's hard not to, man. Like I said, you get comfortable just for a split second and you get hurt. Not only does Starling cost a fuck ton for the kit, it's a waiting period, a waiting list. At least according to chat, when they were trying to look it up for me once. That's not as bad as I thought, Jenkins, for the hardware. I thought the hardware was more. Have IRL streamers started going to it? And not doing the, like, quadra cell phone shit that we were doing that was outrageous? Oh, dude, fishermen love to talk. Even when they like, even if you don't say it, dude, fishermen just love to talk. Tons of tips and advice, especially go to like fishing pier. I don't know where you're at, what kind of fishing you're gonna do, but absolutely. As much as they all joke about like private spots and secret spots, and maybe they keep some of their biggest tricks to themselves or whatever, but it's hard not to be excited when you do well and whatnot and talk about it, and to just brag a little when you know somebody's new. I It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm probably safe. I fish with a guy. He's a good friend, and I like him a lot. But dude talks so much when we're fishing, and like I'm the kind of guy that when I'm fucking focused catching fish, I won't talk for a fucking hour. I got nothing to say. I don't feel the need to talk just to talk. Same with here on stream. Sometimes I'll go fucking 12 minutes without saying a goddamn word. Somebody timed me once, and I think it was like 12 minutes. You haven't said anything for 12 minutes. So I don't have anything to say. What do you want from me? Y'all have eyes. Know me to narrate my gameplay? I'm reeling my rod. I'm still reeling my rod. So far, I've seen no one. Yeah, that same shit, led. Like, and ice fishing is hilarious because dudes are the. It's I swear to God, it's the laziest fishing on the planet. Uh, Nobody finds a spot. Not nobody, but most people don't find a spot ice fishing. They look out on the ice and go, "There's 3 shanties. There's 4 dudes sitting around holes. I'm gonna go drill right next to them." And I remember we had some buddies invite us out to a lake, and they're like, "Man, we got this great spot. We're slamming them. Get out here, hurry!" So we get everything together, rush out there, and sit down. And there's 4 guys. The 3 guys we knew were out there, and one other guy, and we're all just sitting around like in a circle, talking with our own holes, fishing, slamming them. And the one guy I didn't know stands up. He's like, "All right, guys, I got my limit. See you later," and walks off. And I was like, "Who was that?" And they're like, "No clue." And he like not only came and drilled by them, it was like, my friend, this guy, my friend. He got in between them. They got no kind of wholesome. It is and it isn't, cause like they spend fucking weeks going out there until they found this spot, you know. And that dude sees him over there and goes, "Guess I'll go sit on top of him." I had a young kid do it to me too, and I gave him a bunch of shit. He came up and was like, "Hey, can I borrow your auger, drill a couple holes?" I'm like, "Sure, man." And it was a crowded area. I knew he'd be close, but he drilled like 6 feet from me and set up his shanty. And I'm like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me. Give me back my auger." At least fucking drill where I don't smell ya. If you're close enough, I can hear you breathing and fishing. It's too close. I always try to find my own spot on my own area because I just don't like people that much. I don't want to do the whole bullshit. I don't drink enough beer for that. It seems like Tunguska's been nice to a lot of people today. Jasky was doing well out there too. It's just a common, isn't it? God damn it. Wouldn't there be bigger fish under that small bridge over there? Um, No, not necessarily. It's a really hot day, right? It's warm for Russia. 15 Celsius is warm compared to most places here. So some would be up under that shade, but it'd also be a heavily fished spot. Anytime you get funnel points, they're usually good to fish for numbers. Not necessarily the best fish, though, but definitely for numbers, because fish have to travel through those points, right? Like, that doesn't look very big at all. Barely a trophy. I'll take it, though. Uh, but in my experience, no. While I have caught some amazing fish in obvious points, you know, the lily pads, the laydowns, the bridges, yes, I have caught, and probably more amazing fish in those spots. Um, I've also caught 9 million tiny, tiny shitholes that drive you nuts. Um, Deeper water, finding those break points, those places that aren't heavily fished. Like right now, we're fishing this edge, right? In this bowl here. So fish that travel through here are only traveling through here to go to here or to go into here, you know. They're looking for something. So it's not the deepest place in the lake. Most times the deepest place in the lake is uninhabitable. Like this would, the bottom of this would be uninhabitable. Actually, probably all of this would be uninhabitable. Probably. Every lake's different, but the lake actually creates like its own ozone, and all the dead leaves, dead fish, death basically releases CO2 and shit, and the lake will actually create its own ozone layer. And sometimes that'll even turn over and it'll move where it's at in the water column, but usually speaking, the deepest points of the lake with all that pressure, the CO2 gets trapped down there and that water becomes uninhabitable. There's also quite a few bottom types that are toxic, the lime bottom types and stuff that are toxic. Button casting reels should be more common, but they're garbage, you see. They're truly garbage. Nobody has figured out how to make one, Trevor, that doesn't suck. And like, my daughter's 10 now, but at 7 years old, she could cast a spinning reel. And they're 1,000 times better than any button reel in existence. Even the cheapest junk. Tried, my ex-wife, let's just say she doesn't like to learn new things. All right, but so she really wanted a button reel and refused to learn a spinning reel. So I tried and tried and tried and tried to find her one, and there just is not a good one. They do not last. They curl your... So big part of the problem is they have a very tiny spool, which means you have to coil your line very tightly. Everything, pretty much everything has memory. So the tighter it wraps, the tighter it stays wrapped. It comes out like a phone cord. Because it's enclosed, that means those wraps tend to get trapped inside its case and make knots and messes and tangle up. It's inevitable. You would go through a fortune of line to continue respooling them, or spinning reels have bigger spools, which is also why a lot of times even us guys that do this shit regularly will use a little oversized gear, not because it's easier to land the fish, but because the bigger spool makes our line last longer, and line gets fucking expensive. How often do lines need to be respooled? It depends on your fishing technique. You could, like on a spinning reel, I can run tangly, twisty line fucking for years. If I'm doing things like bobber fishing, if I'm doing things like throwing big, heavy crankbaits, I don't care so much because those coils don't affect me. other techniques where I need that line to be straight. I need to pay attention to that line. I need to see when that fish moves that line just a tiny bit. Um, I'll respool every 2 weeks. Yeah, like a bobber, you can do whatever, dude. You're gonna have weight on the end of it underneath your bobber that's gonna help take the kink out below the bobber. And the line that stays exposed above the reel never really gets as kinky as the line that's wrapped around the reel again because of that memory, that telephone cording. And you can do a lot with bobbers too. Like, I think bobbers still get looked down upon. I mean, like professional bass fishing live bait's illegal. You can't use it. It's not allowed. Live bait is still fucking the best. And you can do a lot with bobbers, including, whole fish, fucking frogs, all kinds of shit under bobbers. You can drag even little lures behind bobbers, like the carrot bobbers and stuff. Used to have a ton of success dragging little flies behind a carrot bobber, half-ass fly fishing them. How do you feel about bait casters? Never get the hang of them. Bait casters are overly popular, I think. I think most guys don't even use them correctly, and they don't use them for the jobs they're intended for, but they're great. Once you learn them, once you get comfortable with them, they're great. And they have some really good uses. And as do spinning reels. When I go fishing, I usually take like 3 and 3. 3 spinning reels, 3 bait casters. Bait caster, I think personally, does way better with big stuff, heavier stuff. I throw my frogs on a bait cast. Is that a albino? Or no. I'm so colorblind, man. How different is river fishing from stillwater? Vary, I guess. It depends on what you mean by different. But for me, vary. My tactics change a lot with river fishing. Big thing is, like I was just talking about, when I look at a lake, it's very easy for me to discern points, especially where I live. Our lakes are glacier dug, they're natural, they're spring fed, water table lakes. A lot of them are, they're very, very obvious. Any place in the lake that sticks out is going to stick out into the water as well, right? So those points create ambush points for fish and stuff like that. These are places you would target. They tend to have a lot of fish that hang around them. And again, like we talked about with high traffic areas, right? Any fish that wants to leave this area, just like a deer or an animal you watch, like you can catch a lot of mice just setting a mouse trap against a wall. It doesn't need bait on it because mice tend to run down the wall. They don't go running across the middle of the room usually. Deer are the same way, right? They tend to follow tree lines. The only time you'll see them in the middle of the field is at night, but otherwise they're walking tree lines, and they'll even stay a little inside the tree line. So the same goes here, right? These fish are going to follow these contours of the lake and stuff like that. Now, rivers have that, but they're a lot more fucking random, and they're a lot harder for me to read. And on top of having to read the bottom and the shape of the river, you also have to deal with how the current acts. Where the fish, different types of fish like different types of currents. A lot, a little, none. I think the easiest thing with river fishing is find slack water. A lot of fish don't like current, and they're not going to spend all day in it. So find slack water, you'll catch something. Yeah, and with rivers, it can be fucking 8 inches here and 8 foot there. You'll start to learn rivers too, though. And same rivers and lakes both. If the shoreline has a steep bank, it's a high, very, very high probability that that bank will follow into the water, right? Not always, obviously, like anything, but like you can look around this lake and see, in an IRL situation, this lake would have very long, what we call flats, where it's, the kind of lake where you walk out for fucking ever and it never gets above your nipples, right? Um, and I don't think it really changes all the way around because this is supposed to be a man-made lake, I'm pretty sure. So it was probably just dug out of a field, and they added in the trenches and stuff like that for the fish, right? Because this is literally a pay lake. People pay to fish here. It's a business, and at least that's what it's supposed to represent. I'm pretty sure. Where with natural lakes, you'll tend to see steep hills will be steep underwater because again, those weren't always full of water. St. Clair River. There's probably like 94 St. Clair rivers. Is that where I think it is? Oh, that's the really giant one. Yeah, East Side Mission. I mean, St. Clair Lake is literally like world renowned, or Lake St. Clair. And St. Clair River, I don't know as much about, but if I were to fish St. Clair River as somebody who's gonna not know much, I would look for anywhere that it cuts off any creek, any water, any outlet, something to minimize the size of the river, because that river is big. That current will be something. I'm looking at it on a map right now. Yeah. So I would personally find a creek that feeds into that river and fish the shit out of that. And you'll probably catch a lot more fish without having to deal with as many problem areas. Main river fishing is tough. You have to know what you're doing. I'm no good at it. Anvil cars bottom too, probably. Ice fishing's a ton of fun. I thought I would hated it until I got a shanty and a tiny little buddy heater, and now I love it. It's great. And affordable, surprisingly affordable. The rods and reels are like so much cheaper. And once you've seen like had enough experience with different thicknesses of ice and stuff too, the fear factor goes away pretty much. Every once in a while, that ice still pop and crack and make you go, oh. But you just got to remind yourself that you've seen a truck parked on 8 inches of ice, you're fine. Because I too am a bit paranoid. I get more nervous of things I can't control. I don't like flying. I don't like to ride passenger in a car. I would refuse to ride in the back of a motorcycle, even my father's. Um, things like that freak me out. So ice for a while was a big scare for me. Not a great swimmer to begin with, even though swimming's not the most important part of falling in the ice. In the feet, yeah, that's insane. I mean, honestly, 4 inches of ice is a fuck ton of ice and incredibly strong. I wouldn't fuck around with full river ice because I don't know enough about it. We don't have a lot of rivers around here that freeze over. And the only time I've fallen in the water was, or through the ice, was walking over a creek that was frozen. I thought this will definitely be frozen. Tiny little creek like this. Nope. Last year I ran across ice that literally did the like rope bridge thing. It was terrifying. Somebody had one of those underwater fans and we didn't know it was there. So the rest of the ice was super duper thick, but when we went to go to shore, it was fucking literally rope bridge. Wow, wow, as you ran over it. It's terrifying. Yeah, Trevor, for sure. It didn't work with rats, Juju, but I don't know about anything else. I tried the rat. I didn't troll that long out there, maybe 30 minutes with rats. Yeah, like I said, and like drilling a hole in the ice too, you can look, see what you're walking on helps me a lot with my confidence. When I look down and see nice, solid, clear ice, I don't gotta worry. I haven't seen a lot of big ass being popped up in chat or anything like that. But you're right, it is all the classic original Walker. Though it only takes 5 decent fish to fill the weeklies, I don't know. It's hard to say if it's a good bite or just people went out there and put in a little time and hit one. I don't know if I'm in the top. I don't think I'm in the top. No, I'm not in the top of any weeklies. U.S. stuff only. I'm not. All regions, no. Do I have a U.S.? Oh, this is just Amber. Do I have a U.S. absolute? Probably not. There's hardcore. A 360 gram black buffalo. U.S. is a pretty easy competition, though. Not a lot of us. Oh, I do. I have a lake trout. There's a jasky. Oh, I have 2. I have a charloach. And then there's weekly records. There's a lot of different records. I don't think I have any weeklies. Hardcore's got the catfish on the ultralight spoon. He's got 3 of them on that spoon. Oh, and a grayling on that spoon. This motherfucker, dude. He catch fish. I've got a Dolly Varden on a rat. I just know Hardcore's logo. I don't remember yours. I'm sorry. Where is you, Tommy? Let me relearn your logos. I try to remember them so that way I see them when I'm scrolling. Is this you, Twinkly? That's not Twinkly. I'm gonna run away from that immediately. I'm sorry. I just went over him again, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you were in the absolute, not the weekly? I love weed too? I mean, the Fishing Guild is the one that's slacking. I'm seeing a lot of me in Hardcore. Mr. Dingleberry. I must have went by you again, Thomas. Oh, I found a Rudd. Oh yeah, you're the blue thingy. I knew that. Yeah, I didn't look at specifically ultralight. Yeah, and then there's three different sets of records for using a telestick, which is a float rod without a reel, for ultralight, which is intentionally using the smallest size gear, and then regular every type of gear record. Which is like hardcore there. He had like 3 of the absolutes on an ultralight, so he got both records that way. Absolute records just reset the first of the year, so we honestly should have more of them. I'm just bad at fishing. What can I say? When I play the game I like to play, there are a few species that I think are too slow to be like actively calling it playing the game. You almost need to pull up Minesweeper or something. Or just be a more patient human being than my ADD self. This game's free too, chat, just in case you were thinking of, like, maybe I'd fish someday. It's free. You can join the fishing guild. 2 L's. Hey, my reel is done. I can leave. Bad fishing? Yeah. I usually do 2 rods on the bottom and actively fish with 1 if they're slower fish. I streamed it too much. When I'm playing it offline, I can definitely slow down and fish more carefully, but when I'm streaming it, I feel obligated to, like, not just be staring at the water. First taste is free, man. There's so many people I got hooked, it's hilarious. And they, like, have played hard fucking core. Like, past me, and I have 1,400 hours. I've been playing for like 3 or 4 years. And they passed me in a year. I usually play in the winter because I can't go reel fishing. Plus, there's the Christmas event. So, gotta catch those Christmas presents. Alright, Amber, been real. Time to get the fuck out of here. It just started to slow down anyway. Ain't even mad. Never closed games. Yeah, that's true. Made you want to get into normal fishing? It made me, like I said, I tried a ton of the techniques and stuff from this. And I've learned quite a bit. My mom texted me the other day about some new state record being set for a fish. She's like, I've never even heard of this fish. And it was burbot, which we catch all the time in this game. I was like, yep. And then I got to, you know, look smart and know things about it because I read about it in this video game. The bitch is gonna be I'm gonna quit in like a week, and then a week later they're gonna release a new lake. I should have waited for the new lake. But Christmas, there's stuff. The new lake is actually ocean water, salt water, so that'll be interesting. First saltwater get. An hour and 40 minutes? Not great. Now is my other reel? Yeah, it'll be done too. Yeah, well, I don't know that it's been confirmed. They don't tend to do that, but it's been teased a bit. I don't know what that is, Trevor. I don't... Everything I know about video games is from chat. Another spin exclusive map? I don't know what it's gonna be, Tommy. I really don't. I think it's gonna maybe... I don't know. I didn't realize how big our... Juju and I did some like bickering back and forth about what we thought the game was gonna be, which made me do some real life research. And like the Vanga is genuinely like the biggest reel on the market in real life. Like, not the Vanga, that's not the brand, but that size of reel, they really don't make much bigger gear than what we have. 31 kilos is fucking insane amount of pull when you think about it. Like, could we make bigger reels? Sure. Would they be effective? No, you just tear the hook right through their face. Like, you can't, 31 kilos is a lot of pull force on flesh and bone. Like, what's it take to rip a dude's arm off? How many pounds of fucking pressure to rip an arm off? Let alone tear through fucking lip. £7 pounds of pressure to rip off an ear. 8 pounds of pressure to break a jaw. That can't be right. 80 pounds of pressure to pull an arm out of socket. 520 pounds to pull a head right off. Random Reddit post. Anyway, yeah. Everyone's doing pretty good on Tunguska, and I haven't been there in years. Maybe I'll swing out there. But I'm gonna just be tempted to troll a bunch of rats. Someone just stole your RUD record? Paul. I think that's the one. Might have been that one. I think it was that one. Is it time? Is it time? I think it's time. I don't know what good one is going to do me. That's what you say for... I'm sorry. This would probably be just a better buy, but... Yeah, I can't imagine all ears are the same. This is the strongest stick in the game. It's just a stick you tie line to the end of and lift fish out of the water. I know that I'm gonna immediately regret this $8,500 purchase, but also... One stick to rule them all. One stick to... fuck them? Well, you just missed Overlord again for Christmas, Jasky. Have you upgraded the friction brake on your HSV? Did you do that last time it wore out? Yeah, okay. How many HSVs do you have? I mean, Overlord's decent. Honestly, I have two now, and I I wouldn't recommend them. Tagara is the step, though. If you want to know, the step is Tagara. The like, in my opinion, the appropriate step, and that you won't be disappointed with your purchase, is the 10,000 size Tagara. And it's only like $3,000 more than the Overlord anyway. But the Overlord's good, and I think there is a use for it that's slightly better. It has a slightly better use of Tagara just for specific type of fishing that most people don't do anyway. But overall, the Tagara just dominates it. It feels so much better, so much stronger. I think the biggest thing, Jasky, is just find decent silver per hour and just fucking lock it down, dude. Something you enjoy. Because like, I see people run around all over hell chasing that 500 silver an hour, but they spend fucking 40 minutes at a time in between finding these areas, or an hour or two, fucking lock in a fucking 300 an hour and just settle down for a day, and you can, put in some serious cash. Plus, if it's a 300 an hour average, you're gonna have those 500 hours. You know what I mean? You're gonna have those trophies hit. I'm gonna go try tongue, I think. Or do I want to use this new rod? Yeah, something like that. I mean, that really doesn't. You just got to do that every so often, you know? Have a good one, Go Rib. And there are those fish you can hit, like I said. I mean, I had that fucking bellow. It was like 700 silver. That trophy bellow. Something, I don't know, maybe not that much. Something stupid. It doesn't say the price, but it was up there. It was a lot. Wait, I didn't buy. Did I buy the line or did I skip out on the line? I didn't buy the line. I need line or that rod's worthless. Rod? Looks like the best option is 23.1. That one. That is some expensive line for 30 fucking meters. Or you can get 100 meters at 22.8. I guess I'll just go a little small. I might go fuck around with it, see what I can catch. I have to piss really bad. I should do that too. It smells like the dankest bud right now. Like someone's just smoking a joint right outside my door. Yeah, there's a lot of people going, and they were doing it on. I don't know how anyone even telesticks on Yama, dude. I couldn't do it. It's too the fucking current's too fast. It's like literally the bobber just goes, "Nyum," and you got to start over, or let it sit at the end and then it slowly floats into shore. I'm not sure how they're doing it at all. It doesn't seem like for me. Where the fuck's the tackle shop here? It's probably more expensive here. It was this one, right? Yeah. Oh, I have the 19 one? But I want as much as I can get, or why buy the rod? Oh, buddy. Once I pull it out, there's no returning it. You're mine. It's 8 meters long, by the way. Yeah, it's not about the bait. It's the how the fuck are they doing it? Oops. It's probably a smaller hook. Well, maybe not. I feel like people put a lot of time into those, hoping they can get that 300 silver at the end of the month or end of the week. See, now this is a river that I can fucking fish. This fucker will probably break, but that's okay. I lied, it's not okay. I don't want to burn up that fucking expensive hook. I've been seeing roe occasionally now in Sandwich. But good, because it's a good one of the only gold-only ones. Diving beetle I'm seeing a lot more of, too. I forgot I activated that week of premium. Are you on the bottom? No. I can get my knife. I just don't ever fish for them, so I'm not that worried about it. It's not like the other knife where you're constantly getting. You have to go focus on mussels and crayfish, you know? The other knife, you just might as well have it because you're going to have plenty of fish to cut up just from playing the game. Yeah, bait bucket knife. Those are things you just are gonna do. It's gonna happen regularly. I don't feel that way about. Crab and mussel. I mean, it does. Don't get me wrong. You get one or two here and there, but I think I've had one since I came back. Like, whatever day it was, Christmas Eve or whatever. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a lake minnow. Is it a crushable lake minnow? Crushable? Squishable? I gotta find where these fish are. I got no fucking clue. I feel like every time I've come out here and caught them, they're usually just right here close to town along the edge. I doubt I'll be able to switch from this rod to a bobber in time to set the hook, but if I see a bobber go down, I'll at least know I'm in an area to bobber fish. It's weird you lay down that hard. I keep pulling out the wrong rod. Maybe they just hate nighttime. Surprised I haven't gotten any of the tiny fish, though. I guess this one has a big hook on it. That's the minnow that can be squished, the lake minnow. The common minnow is not allowed to be squished. He's too common. I just don't know if the size is right. Some of them, they have to be just under marker. Some of them, they have to be marker. I don't know with that one. Easy way to find out. 25 to 30. Pretty sure that went down anyway. Yeah, fish can see in the night, in the dark. Not like see in the dark. That's a yes, they can see though. Muddy ass Mississippi River water, fish can see. In the middle of the night. There's a lot more light coming from above than you realize, and it creates silhouettes and stuff. They don't see necessarily detail and all that, but they get a lot of silhouetting from above. I might be better off throwing 2 bottom rods and just manually holding one of these. Are you trolling, Tommy, or are you fishing the river mouth? Nice. I need to at least catch one fish on this fucking $8,000 stick. That wasn't a fish. That must have hit bottom. I swear I saw someone take it earlier. Do it again. Do it again. We did it, Reddit. It's tiny. Good thing I got a 25 kilo rod. That 300-gram fish. I don't even know what that fish is. I don't fish this lake hardly at all. Taking my bobber for a walk. Attach a rat to it? Hell yeah. I actually didn't check. What's its... Wow, it has a really small test, actually. That actually... Oh, no, that's big for float, isn't it? Or telestick. A tasty salmonoid? Like, it looks like a grayling species, yeah. Can I keep it? Oh, no, it doesn't. Really, it's a salmonoid. I caught fish! Nice one, wizard. They're still out there, eh? I should go catch one of those on my float. These are definitely not the fish I was looking for, but we'll take them. They're gonna bite like that. We'll take them. That's so much to watch. Oh, of course. I'm gonna get a bigger one on my tiny rod. Oh no, it's just a tiny rod. I don't know if they're worth anything, but they're slamming. Yeah, they're gonna float into shore. What? I've been robbed. I like the different bobbers float different speeds. It's confusing. A little extra for my brain to comprehend. That fucking rod can barely do it. Pick it up! Pick it up! Oh my god. He's still on there. Crazy. I would like a very big one. I picked up the wrong one. No, I just wasn't fast enough. It's chaos, I tell ya. Oh my god, there's a fish on there. I was just gonna move it. Keep assuming they're gonna go in order they hit the water, and then they don't, and then they do. Oh, that one's under. Oops. I don't know why I thought I saw a bobber go under. I kind of just got tunnel visioned. Oh, wrong one. Push the wrong button. Still got it. Lucky boy. I need a telestick in real life. Uh-oh. 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 We're good. We're good. We're good. That looks like a big one. That's way bigger. How big do these fucking things get? Maybe I should have checked that before I just assumed. Like a kilogram? Oh boy. $800 is trophy. At 500 still almost got me. I should get some lower strength fluoro for this rod too. Yeah, that one floats super fast. It's too big of a bobber. Oh no, that one's under 2. I see the fucking... No, that's the bobber. I thought I saw the fish. The bobber's just so goddamn big. Do I have another decent... Yeah. I'm bad at this rod. We're gonna do something here. Let's see. Put you away. Let's get silly. I like to get silly. One of you has to have better line than that. I need to really... Shouldn't have bought the rod till I upgraded my rigs a bit. Or replaced some shit in my rigs a bit, but oh well. Huh. Alright, I guess it is you, bud. I don't know if these guys, if people use braided for sturgeon and stuff or fluoro. I use fluoro always, but I just recently learned people were using the other one for fucking carp, so shows you what I know. How far is that hole in front of me? Far. Oh my god, what did I just do? Ah. Breaking things. Ah. Damn, that fucker can yeet. Okay. So that's out there. I did see a trophy Kessler. Congrats. That's why I used to love tuba, man. So many of those random surprises in the small fish. Looks like tuba might be coming back to life, which is good news. Am I just throwing too far for those sardines now, or did they just disappear on me? I want a big one of those on my big rod. I think those things get big. I do have far too big of a hook on here. What are you set at? It's pretty shallow. I mean, it always had spots too, though. I don't think... Oh, that's bigger. A brown trout? It's a pleasant surprise. Fucker. No. I never worried about leader size out there, but you worry about leader more than I do in general. Too many pike. Too expensive to fuck around and find out. Need to fill my vape fish. Give me a second. Thank you. Now you can bite. Thank you. He didn't stay on. They were super popular last week, targeted. It was, which I think is why the fucking river slowed down in the first place, because the browns were biting decent, so to compensate, nothing else was biting. Because if you were catching a bunch of browns and other fish, it's way too much money. It only takes a couple of fucking browns an hour to do good. That instant light change. Maybe, I don't know. I still see people catching them. But I do think that's why Tuba slowed down. Yeah, I got a trophy ass spun, 35 kilo. But that doesn't necessarily mean shit. Doesn't mean it wouldn't bite a little better on 20. I just, like I said, don't risk it with the pike. Hello, Nick. That looks like a tiny fish. And it's 9 million miles away. It's a fucking burbot. Thanks, pal. Alright, that was what? 52 120-ish? 52 120. Boy, that's fucking out there. 67 meters to the middle of that fucker. I never trust the line to fucking fall right. I hit it. I hit my clip. Boy, I can't see shit. Stupid sun. If I was a fish, I'd hang out by this tree. Seems like a cool place in a cool river. Maybe not a worm-eating fish. A fish. You're the same damn fish. Yeah, I think everyone's strolling out by the deep hole for browns. But below, beneath and below, or above it. I always had all my good asses came from the bottom of the map, trolling in and out of the river mouth there. Personally, me old ass pole. Oh my god, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning, chat. Ugh, that's gonna be a long fucking day for me. I gotta take my daughter to the dentist at 9. Just kill me now if you want, chat. I know some of you are sitting outside the window, scoped in on my head. Where you at, you cool river fish? Yeah, those are the real ones. If you aren't plotting my assassination, are you even a real fan? That's dragging the bottom, I think. Wish I could float my line through through a tree like that in real life. That'd be useful skill to have. That's a bigger fucking fish. I will take another, sir. I caught 2 on the rat. I mean, I fished the rat for like 12 hours in the last 2 days, so, you know, it's a lot of casting. So much casting on Yama that my fucking forearm started to ache. I threw a rat till it died, till it was 0%. They wear out quick, but it was still a lot of fish. Medium black rat. It's the only one that does any good. Medium squirrel is okay, but medium black rat was king. Jenkins got trophy coho, trophy chum, handful of decent chinook. He was really the star. Some really good rainbows, like 5-6 kilo rainbow. Jenkins secret rat king. It's my idea though, so I take all the credit. Might as well have 2 bottom rods in. I don't even know really what's on that one. A caddis fly and a hook. That's good enough. Was there really one whitefish here and they're gone? What's down here at the edge of the world? If I was a fish, I'd hang out right at the edge of the map. That way I could leave. They gotta know we can't fish down here. Can't take a boat there. Smart fish. I love that that water is still active for fishing. I've even caught tons of fish casting way over those borders. This is Lower Tunguska. Like off the edge of the map? Or just this corner? About to take this fucking telestick to Amber. Put it to work. Over the buoys, yeah. Little fish, little fish. I thought night was gonna be here sooner than it's gotten here. I was gonna go troll in the morning, but maybe I went a whole day without even realizing it afterwards. I did one. I have to piss and maybe shit. So I think I'm gonna do that really quick. Oh, it's a poop. It's here now. Now that I talked about it, he's ready. He's been witnessed. So I'll be right back. Watch my rods, chat. You're in charge. Don't lose any fish. You got this. I have faith in you. Calistiger. Not enough people tell other people to have a nice bowel movement. It was, in fact, a good shit. Honestly, like a nearly ideal shit. Did anything happen? This one looks kind of bent. I am sort of with you. Like, I take my shoes off for comfort and wear socks or slippers. I always wear socks. I never go sockless. Did anyone remember that number I told them to remember? Oh. But I usually wear my shoes throughout the day, you know, because I'll probably go back out. But if I'm settling in, shoes off. Let's just be comfy. I mean, it's one of the better things that's American, honestly. If that's... Yeah, but socks all the time, man. I love socks. Right up until I'm about to fall asleep. I even, like, lay down for a while in my socks. And then, like, as I get to that, like, I'm about to go, I dig them off. Toe them off. Really like socks. Hate bare feet. Like, if I go swimming on my boat, I take my socks off, get in the water, swim around, get on the boat, dry my feet off, put my socks back on, socks and shoes back on. I don't like to be barefoot. I got dogs. I don't give a fuck about dirt. I don't care if my shoes are dirty. I got dogs. I don't make them take their feet off before they come in. You know the one that really bugs me more than anything that's overdone is the socks and sex. Like, who cares? I mean, okay, sure. It's never something that I even think about. Like, if I am, you know, I was never like a planned sex kind of guy. We didn't, you know, we didn't set a schedule or anything like that. So, uh, I usually found out last minute, and fuck, dude, half the time socks are not a priority. Getting my socks off just doesn't seem like it's worth the time. Unless I'm standing on a slippery floor, like hardwood or tile. Then, like, yeah, that shit's dangerous. Yeah, not only have I not ever been like a big scheduled sex guy, I don't think it's ever been like, yo, wanna fuck either. I don't know that I've ever. I don't think the words have ever been said. It's always just, it happens. Sex happens, as they say. And again, I'm not going to take that extra fucking .3 seconds to sock off, dude. Who knows what could happen in that time? Shit. There's I can think of countless times where I didn't even have time to fucking get my pants or underwear all the way off, you know? That's why we have that fucking hole in the front, ain't it? You can't use the hole in the front. You just pop it over the waistband. Wax the floors, socks with sex on. Living on the edge. I actually don't wear many underwear with the hole anymore because I'll never need it. I don't know any, like, do people use that fucking thing? That's what I'm saying. It seems like more effort to use the damn hole. No, I don't use the leg hole. I go over. I also have a tiny flaccid dick, so like there's too much room for disaster going on there. If it's cold, shit. Thimblers unite. Us true growers. Not those fucking. Nothing pisses me off more than every dude claiming to be a grower. Like, yes, that's how erections work, asshole. Let me show you growth, son. I'm gonna turn this thimble into a fucking Vienna sausage. Alright? Hell yeah, Jasky. If you don't have at least 200% growth, yes, I said 200%. If your dick doesn't at least double in both length and girth, you're not a grower. You're just a dude with an erection. Congratulations, you're nothing special. Though I don't even think growers are that unique. I'd say in the dicks I've seen, it's like 60-40 growers to showers. Did I run a survey? No, I've just seen quite a few dicks. Yeah, it makes more sense to call it a grower, right? If you've got a fucking 4-inch flaccid dick that turns into a 6-inch dick, like whoop de fucking do, dude. I'm sorry, that's not a big deal. I love hogs. HandsomeHogs.com. That's me. Arg. Yeah, they're just dudes with erections. They're just dudes, like, in my experience with dicks, it's just a bunch of dudes getting hard, you know? I was promised growth, and all I got was hard dicks. Why does that break my rule? I think the most impressive part about my tiny flaccid dick to hard is just how bulbous it gets. It's a true Bulbasaur dick. You know what Bulbasaur's back looks like? That's my dick. Not quite, but close. It's just how it goes from a thimble to why is it so fat in the middle? That's really just what sets it off from other dicks. I think if you time lapsed my dick getting hard just right, you might think it was about to explode. Like out the sides, you know? Just boom. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's a normal dick. Wait a minute, what's happening there on the edges? Wait, what? But no difference from four. It is different than 4 to 6. It's like the difference between seeing a dude who's fucking 2 foot tall and seeing a dude who's 4 foot tall. Like, it's a significant difference than a dude who's fucking 6 foot and 7 foot, right? Like, it's you're like, whatever. That those dudes are tall. Who cares how much taller they are? 2 inches isn't just 2 inches. If a guy goes from 2 to 4, though, there's still gonna be like a real sad aw at the end of it, you know? Aw. You were hoping for more, for sure. You were definitely hoping to see 2 hit 6. I mean, flaccid dicks also vary dramatically on weather, temperature, mood. I don't know. It's like it's got a mind of its own, dude. There are days I look down there and I'm like, well, that's not so bad. And other days I look down there and I'm like, it's just a head, huh? I don't think 4 to 6 gets to, no, because it's about the amount of growth. It's about an exceptional amount of growth. It's about turning little into something not so little. And a 4 inch flaccid dick is a good sized flaccid dick, gentlemen. Seen a lot of dicks. It's a good sized flaccid dick. I had buddies with like 5 and 6 inch flaccid dicks who were like, look at me reach 6.5, 7. And it's like, who cares? You already got most of your girth and everything. Nothing going. Just gone. Wake up looking for it. Buddy? You here? Don't I have another Rado? I'm confused. Guess not. I have heard the dick you gain like a chunk of dick with like every 20 pounds or so, which is pretty cool. I mean, it makes sense. Whatever that fucking bit of fleshy meat there above your dick is called. I haven't heard of it, but I mean, I feel like I've seen it. I've never like I just lost a little over 20 pounds. And I didn't notice any dick growth, but I don't think my 20 pounds was in the right region. Yeah, I feel like it's self-explanatory. Like I don't need to hear about it to know that like I've had quite a few obese friends in my life too. It's always I always feel bad the things I don't think about with just big dudes, you know? Like how little things will be like, "Hey, you want to go do this?" And then they'll be like, "Dude," and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's probably fair." Skinny dudes are packed? No, I wouldn't say necessarily packed. It's the opposite. It's that they're just losing girth. They're losing length to body girth. Not that skinny dudes are all studs. Trust me. Because of the dicks I've seen, not mine, obviously. Didn't even think about the thing. Yeah, man. My favorite one, I don't think Justin would mind me saying it, but my favorite one with Justin, because Justin's not just overweight, but he's fucking a giant too, was we went to a haunted house and we came up to this fucking rope bridge. And I've never seen him as terrified. And he's like an anxious, scaredy boy to begin with. But that fucking rope bridge, like, and I get it, you know, I get it. But I didn't think about it as I'm just walking over it, like, whatever, this is a rope bridge for children. And he's like, dude, I don't wanna. This is absolutely my nightmare. And then, of course, and he'd like never done one because, you know, just he's not gonna. I didn't check the cafe like a dumbass. He's not gonna, but in this situation, he was trying to impress people. Gonna do it. And of course, it did the like in classic rope bridge fashion, which I knew was coming. It fell. And like, oh, I need 3 of them. He was so mad. He was so angry. We laugh about that story a lot. He just brought it up to me the other day. No, I wouldn't be a jerk. I just didn't warn him, yo, bro, this thing's about to go whoosh. Because again, I didn't think like he hadn't been over one. I mean, I gotta try a little rat action. Just gotta. Oops, that's a spoon. Whatever, we'll troll it for a second. Tight spaces? Huh. I mean, tight spaces are scary to begin with. There's just not a lot of stuff that's, yeah. I mean, again, especially if you're tall on top of it, like Justin 6'4" or whatever. Like, 6'4" and as wide as a house, like, dude's always gonna be a large lad. You just don't fit. Yeah, Jesse. You're the same, Bo. You're giant. 6'4" as well, right? Or up there? 6'2", yeah. Because even Apollo, who's like Justin, but with half the frame, uh, like riding around with him and Justin is like, I mean, there's not a car for the two of them, hardly. I used to have a viewer who's 6'7", and he actually drove a Volkswagen Beetle and said they were amazingly roomy. However, when I tried to ride in the back seat of it was amazingly roomy for him because you could put the seat in the back seat, basically, and there was 0 back seat left once he was driving it. I think his wife was like 6 something as well. I had to turn sideways in the back seat because it was just touching the back seat. Watching Justin and Apollo use the cabinets and the countertops, and I thought, huh, beds. Fucking beds aren't even designed for people that tall. It's wild how little shit is designed for the height, even. We haven't, like, really grown beds. I was Googling this a year or two back. We haven't really, like, grown beds in, like, a century. King size bed hasn't really changed, and like California King and stuff really isn't bigger. It's not in the way you need. There's like one that's actually longer, like Alaskan or whatever. I've never even seen it available. Yeah, most go wider, not longer. Yeah, doing the I'm 5'8" and doing the dishes sucks for my back. Folding laundry on a regular size countertop. Oops. Tommy, where are we trolling here? Where's the hot spots? I gotta commit just a little bit to rat. I'm just using, well, now I'm using 3 rats, Tommy. Just in the random deep middle parts? Oh, yeah. I gotta try the rats. Why own so many if you're not gonna troll 3 at once? Look at my little rat race back. Oh, you can't see it on this water. On Noctuba, I could see all 3 of them. It was adorable. And to be fair, it's 2 rats and a chipmunk. Did you use 3 rats? Of all different sizes? Because then I might just bail out here. Chipmunk is a rat. No, it's a squirrel. It's a ground squirrel. That was too expensive. All right, so then I'll give it a minute with the triple rat. Squirrel also rat. All right, listen, Jasky. And like with a house, it's not like you want to. I mean, I guess if you plan to live there forever or something, but it's not like you want to put in like extended height cabinets and everything because it's resale. Some random normie's gonna walk into your house and be like, good night. Have a good one, hand me down. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good luck with the chillins. Little monsters. Tall people are rich on average. Ah, I see. Is that it? What are the records out here? Spikers? The little popper. That pink salmon on a squirrel. Oh, squirrel 60 for the taming, huh? Big squirrel daddy. So that's overall. What about weekly? Still squirrel. Oh, is that a chipmunk? There's a chipmunk 60? I don't think I have that one. We're running around, Captain. Yeah, they're just fish that are always going to be difficult to find. It's intentional. Eel's one of them. Not that I know of, Shy Guy. You rent them? Lampreys being? I've still never caught a lamprey, I don't think. I don't think I have any of the lampreys. I should try casting these instead of trolling them. Someone just caught a lamprey. The U.S. Red Walker. Ah. No idea when markets refresh. I feel like I need to get a squirrel out there. I don't have squirrel 60. This game has too many buttons for a controller, let alone mobile. I don't know how it would ever work on mobile. We're using the big squirrel, Juju? Seems like the big squirrel still is popping them. Yeah. Oh, little rat got something. I mean, it's a little brown rat. It's basically just a slightly bigger brown popper. Squirrel's fucking out there. Little brown rat. A perch. Got me a new rat species. Yeah, this weather fucking blows. I'm so sick of this stupid warm weather. Not warm enough that I want to go out in my boat or unwrap my boat. Not cold enough for ice. Hate it. How do you menu, Usin? Yeah, I'm going up north at the end of the month, do some ice fishing. They've even got warm temps, but they had enough ice over the blizzard that it's still sticking around. I still have a little ice on my lake, just in the coves and backwater. It's crazy because it's been like fucking 40 for 2 weeks. It gets a little chilly in the nights. Rat gang let me down there. I want to catch some fish before I fucking fall asleep in my chair. I gotta stay up too late today. Ugh. I got like another hour yet. Before I can even go get some damn coffee in me. Oh, what do I want to run? I mean, I feel like Topwater's probably gonna do it. Let's try Little Walkers. Little Sally Walkers. You're cute. It's pretty large. This yellow Dodger crank. Oh, interesting. And my damn ultra. Oh wait, my damn ultralight can't run the fucking the good popper. Wait, is there something on that squirrel? No. There is something on Little Sally Walker. More perch in the rain. And you expect him to know what Fahrenheit is? Some shit, huh? Crazy how that works. Gross. Or you could just, you know. Volga Xander. Where'd you go, Thomas? Sura, nice. This dude's so proud of Fahrenheit. Like it's American. Wait till he finds out it's not. Yeah, Celsius is agreed. I would if we were gonna like really debate. Celsius is While it's convenient for science, it's quite inconvenient for weather. You guys don't use any of it, do you, Jesse? Anything Imperial? You're not one of those weird countries that uses a little bit of each? Yeah, none. Yeah, I figured. Do you fuck with stones? Or you not no stones? They are on some dumb shit with that plus metric plus imperial. No, he's in New Zealand. Which is why I asked, because they still care about like the queen and shit. Sorry, king. Yeah, you just look down and see water's boiling. It's not like even with cooking or anything, you're. multiple times a day, even Jasky, right? Like that's where I'm at too. That's the only bitch is like temp ranges in this game are so small, and I can never remember if it's fucking like 5 degrees is the difference between a t-shirt and a fucking jacket. $98. Tommy don't jig. Does he look Irish? I was having a ton of fun bottom fishing with night crawlers out there. For it was really decent sturgeon the other day. They were like all the perfect 8 to 15 kilo, easy to land, decent money, $20 a piece. Right there in that deep hole right in front of town. Probably right where you're catching your fish. I was using PVA with sturgeony bullshit in it too, so might have made the difference maker. But I was just running all night crawlers, a few wild carp here and there. I think most of what I had in my PVA you can throw in ground bait though. Is that a small taimen? Or a big Arctic? It's an Arctic. Amber was just pretty decent when I was there. And I don't say that about Amber often because I fucking hate that place. It's time to kill that squirrel, actually. Next fish. I mean, you don't have to have all that shit. You can still go throw potatoes and regular carp ground bait. But people just follow the weeklies and the tutorials. I actually think the bite rate is better if you just go out there and throw fucking random carp shit. You just won't get as many trophies as it should be. That is insane. It's by far the best fishing game. Nothing even close. Yeah, Jess, you can't win that argument. 'Cause I appreciate it personally being, because the difference in fucking 2 degrees is if or not I want a sweatshirt, even in Fahrenheit, let alone in fucking Celsius. $25 to $30, yeah. It and Charlotte are both hell. It's catching fish fast, but they are garbage. There was like one decent fish on it. So the flick, I'm letting extra line out. The lure is too light for the rod by a significant amount, so I'm pulling line out of my rod. Yeah, you literally have two numbers to remember in either one, right? Like, the whole argument is that you find it significantly easier to remember 0 and 100, which, sure, it is. But for Fahrenheit, you have to remember fucking two numbers. And again, who the fuck cares what boiling is? Never once in my life have I been like, damn, dude, let me check the temp on this to see if it's gonna boil. Yeah, that's what we're discussing. It's better for temperature. Celsius is great for science because it still has the same range if you get into decimals. So it still has the potential same range, but it's more complicated for the average daily use in temperature because the most important temperature and the one we use most frequently is air temperature. By far, the most frequently used temperature, which is where Fahrenheit has a nice wide range that if you're not from Finland, apparently, where 10 degrees is unnoticeable. But it's super silly how people are very protective of their measurement systems, as if we created them, like as if they're ours. I was just born here, dude. It's just what I was taught in school. I don't give a fuck. Either way, I can remember the two numbers on both of them. Not complicated. Guess what? After playing Russian fishing on and off for 3 years, I'm pretty good at converting kilograms and meters, too. And I never changed it to US. I don't even know if it's an option because I don't care because I can just learn without bitching about fucking freedom units. But temp is still the only one in the game that I never bothered to learn because it's just a pain in the fucking ass. I didn't mean it's a pain in the ass as in it would be difficult to learn as much as it's a pain in the ass as I don't use it often in the game and it's not as important to me. It changes every fucking 2 seconds. It's a pain in the ass. I don't want to sit here and do a damn equation every 2 seconds. Night, Samurai. It would be a lot easier, except the fact that there's a whole conversion problem to get there, and we don't like to do things like that. I mean, it'd be a lot easier if the world worked together. End statement. Huh. I used to like to troll right in front of this thing. I think I'll come back that way. Yeah, world's getting awful small for us to still act so individual. It's true, we do need alien invaders. Weak ones, though, preferably. They would probably have cool weapons and shit, unfortunately. Not as cool as a spacefaring race. I hate to break it to you. Yeah, give us some aliens that are allergic to water. We could beat them. Make their brains explode. That's a good call. I volunteer as tribute. It's too bad aliens aren't real. Or necessary space travel's impossible. One of the two. Yeah, they're out there probably, but the necessary space travel isn't possible. No, I don't believe that the aliens are going to show up on our doorstep ever. It would have happened already. Universe is too old, bro. Yeah, they ain't coming. They'd have been here by now. Which would lead me to believe that uh, I think it's still a likely scenario that like very intelligent life doesn't exist. Um, but more likely that the necessary space travel is impossible. Can't count it out. I mean, no. But I can actually. Yes, I can. I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to say no. Never gonna happen. And I'm going to. Generational travel. Yeah, generational travel. And like Lolan just said, there's also the probability that it's so rare that, I mean, obviously intelligent life. I mean, just sustainable habitat is so incredibly rare. We've already discovered that. That we're not in the same time slot. No, I don't believe in any government hiding it, any of that nonsense either. Again, because we can't work together as a people. That's why conspiracies, global conspiracies, don't make it like any sense because we can't agree over fucking anything. Temperature. We're not going to come together to hide aliens. I don't really consider how time is made up. Because as I said earlier, when someone brought the same point up, I still need 6 to 7 hours of sleep a night. So it's functional in my life. Is the multiverse real? Don't care. Again, irrelevant. Oh, I shouldn't have tried to fight that in so hard. He can't tell it's too dark. He doesn't know who he is. A lot of that science just doesn't interest me though, because it just feels absolutely irrelevant to me. It's just, I got enough fucking things to think about in life without trying to fucking understand string theory. You know? Doesn't matter to me. What do you mean it's not science? You, you, that's a theory is part of science. Science is just observation. Yeah, what do you think science is? You're talking the difference between theory and fact, I think. The science is literally just observation. Science doesn't have to be right or wrong, important or relevant. That has nothing to do with. Yeah, that's science, right? Exactly. That is science by its definition of the word. That is science. Yes. And you're describing there is science. What you mean is it's not a fact yet. But that's to remove it from the being science. What are you? Oh, cute. String theory itself is not. I'm you know, it's too late to argue. That's like saying potato is science, right? But any relevant data on string theory was done with science. String theory is just string theory. Potato is just potato. The active obs. I mean, fucking flat earthers be out there doing science, floating balloons and shit, trying to find the edge of the earth. They're still doing science. They're just then denying their own science. Trying to be reformed? How about reformed poop beast? Just a theory. With capitals. Add in the capitals too. That shows that you demand respect. Unlike Jasky, no respect, no capital. Ha! I hate it. I'd be less worried about the fact that your name is Poop Beast and the fact that you typed Peepo Sad. You can't use Peepo Sad in the real world. Is that a good pink salmon? Why don't all be? Dude's even trying to philosophize. Philosophize? Uh-huh. Poop Beast. Where to Pink's trophy? I think 4.5 or so. 4.5. It's a big pink. I think my biggest is 3 something. Yeah, quite a bit of the more popular Twitch slang is making its way out into the world. Just I think because people hear it and things like "sad," they just sound not like an emote. My cousin's kid said Capricorn, and I don't think she has any idea what Twitch is. Pog is on it's become its own beast. Ah, generalizations. Good science. Oh yeah, how many kids do you hang out with? Because I got a 10-year-old. I'm a Girl Scout leader. I'm a cheerleading coach. Uh, I don't think kids are socially awkward at all. No, not any more than when I was in school. Not at all. If anything, I think they're better than I was. Certainly better with like boundaries and stuff with adults. And I would completely disagree with that. It must be just difference of region. I think sadly, uh, generational stuff is incredibly dumb and overused, mostly bullshit, and has no real positive effects. The person I know that has literally the most screen time of any human being that I know is my 65-year-old father. Kids still gladly put down their tablets to play. I just went and visited some of my cousins I hadn't seen in like a year. 14, 16, and 17, and they sat and had a conversation with me for 2 hours while their mom sat on her phone the whole time. Their mom, which is my actual cousin. I don't know. I think it's mostly bullshit, man. People are who they are and like influenced by things around them and make their own choices in a sense. I think Being wasn't wrong earlier with what he said about. Oh, I wasn't still talking about socially awkward. I was just talking about generalizations, generational generalizations. That's a mouthful. And how they are constantly talked about and shared daily on Facebook and Twitter and And it's just a generalization, which is like almost always wrong. How many kids were born in said generation you're discussing about all around the globe? Nice brown trout. See, now that's where I think like boundaries and stuff. Like example this morning of we were eating breakfast and a bunch of old men started teasing my daughter about having to go to school, and she just kind of I could tell she heard them, but she was ignoring them. And I said, "You just gonna let them make fun of you like that?" And she said, "I don't care what they say." And when I was a kid, I would have had to react to bullshit teasing from old people because that was the norm. I would have felt like I had to. I think boundaries that kids have, their willingness to not engage in stupid interactions that they don't want to, that people look at as an awkwardness or as an ineptitude, is that they've just fucking they're just going to draw boundaries that we aren't because we've raised them with a different understanding of saying yes and no. I used to have an old man when I was a kid who'd come up to me and think it was funny to spin a bottle cap on my nose, and it hurt like fucking hell. And my parents would just laugh and think it was sweet of him to interact with me. And it was fucking miserable, and I should have punched him in the nuts. But, you know. Yeah, we did retreat behind headphones. The majority of kids in middle school, it drove me insane, would sit at lunch and have their fucking CD player going and not interact with each other at all. I don't think that shit changes. I asked the cop about this years ago when cell phones were, you know, smartphones specifically were really taking over. And I was like, how many more tickets do you give out for distracted driving? He's like, none. People read the newspaper before they had cell phones. And I laughed. The lazy generation thing that we say and people say, like you can find an article in just about every goddamn decade where people are saying it. Like it's all just bullshit. It's all just people don't like change. They don't like the way the world progresses or I mean, and that's progression. I don't even think progression is a fair word because maybe it's not better, but things change as they should. And it's different and it's not what you're used to doesn't mean it's I don't yeah. You printed song lyrics and read them while driving? Jeez. Tell you what, smartphones have made hunting way better. Sitting in a tree stand with a cell phone? That's easy. Used to have to do that shit with nothing. I'd take my Game Boy once in a while. My mom used to do her makeup on the way to school. What do you mean they had to look at each other? They had fucking books and newspapers and Walkmans. They weren't just staring at each other. What the fuck is that? It's also such a silly fucking. Like, you have no idea what that person's been doing all day. You have no idea what they've been up to. The fact that when they're on the bus, you're making this judgment that they don't want to interact with people. For all you know, they just spent fucking 10 hours streaming and talking to people and having to argue silly ass, ridiculous ideas. You have no idea what they were doing up until that point where they're on the bus and they just want to fucking maybe unwind and not socialize, right? Like, that's such a silly, unfair thing, I think, to make a judgment about a person because you spent fucking 25 minutes on a bus with them. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I'm actually, my daughter gives me shit all the time because I always talk to strangers. I like to talk to strangers. I enjoy it. But I try to be very careful with the interactions I have because, yeah, like, there are times, like, I'm going to go to breakfast after this stream. And it's funny to me how many people don't realize that I've been up all night. Um, Even though they know me kind of well, they don't even consider the fact that, like, this is the end of my day. I am exhausted. I have already ran a Girl Scout meeting today. I have streamed now for 6.5 hours. I cooked dinner. I made lunch. I did laundry. And for a lot of those people, they're just starting their fucking day. And they're going to chat my fucking ear off as if it's the beginning of a good day on a nice morning, right? Before I get to what boundaries? Yeah, I've always had boundaries. I always talk to. I've always been a social person though. I've always liked to talk to people when they talk. Um, yeah, I always like to talk to people. I was gonna say. I mean, you have a lot of bad conversations. You have a lot of conversations that end awkwardly with people can't read the the room. They can't read my face and see that I'm ready to go. That the conversation is over. There's plenty of bad interactions, but I think for the most part they're fun and good. Yeah, I don't ignore. I wouldn't ignore anybody, uh, unless they were. The only time I ignore people is when they just start blurting out stupid shit at me, like, you know what I mean, when they just spewed off some nonsense that I don't know what they mean. That kind of shit. That's the only time I'd ignore somebody because I don't want to start a fight. I don't. Not that I'm afraid to start a fight. I'd love to, but I care about. If anything, now I care more about my reputation because obviously, I do a lot in this community and a lot with kids because I have a kid in school. So I have to bite my tongue more than I would have growing up. Night, Tommy. Gotta thank the bus driver. People don't think. I do think in general. Not again, not age bracket, but people don't thank each other enough for things. I think I drive my waitresses nuts with it. I can't help it though. Every time my waitress visits my table, I say thank you, and I know that like that's absurd, that's unnecessary, but then they don't apologize either, you know? People are very weird about apologies in general. Unnecessary but not harmful. Yeah. I'm very big on the sorries and thank yous. They can't hurt, you know? That's how I feel. Well, actually, sorries can be bad. If you apologize and don't intend to avoid doing that same thing again, I guess sorries can be bad. But that's a whole nother scenario, not random encounter sorries. If I fucking accidentally walk in front of you in the grocery store or the gas station, or you're gonna get a sorry from me. An ope? Sorry. Gotta have an ope in there. Customer facing people are my favorite to talk to. I think I have a decent judge of social situations. I've had some very fun, if you read my Twitter, I've had some very fun encounters with cashiers. It's probably my favorite people. But there are plenty that I don't bother to try to interact with because I can tell they're just not interested. They don't want to do it. Got no. They're there to work and they want to be done with their day, and I don't fault them for that. I don't make any assumptions about their personality, except that they're working a fucking low-paying job and have to deal with a bunch of people who probably start random conversations with them. If I can be that one person who takes a look at their face and goes, you know what? She ain't interested. That's my part for the day. My local diner is a very special experience because there's this big community table of farmers. They're not the greatest people, but they are very fun, and when they can avoid topics of conflict, they're very fun and um, I think interesting. You learn a lot from a dude who's lived in this town you grew up in his entire life. And it's a lot of fun. It's very social. That's why I go so frequently. That and the food is cheap. So they don't charge you for a second coffee if you go back throughout the day. I wish I had the time to go for breakfast and lunch, because then it's a real bargain. Occasionally I get to. get infinite refills of coffee and a grilled cheese and fries at lunch for $3.80. You just can't beat that. Yeah. The other day at my gas station, so actually, 2 nights ago, I went to the gas station, and the lady in there really likes my daughter, and she always talks with my daughter a bit. And I said, or she told her, we drove up here last night, but Dad forgot his wallet. And she's like, well, Dad should just came in and asked me. I would have let him take stuff. So the next night, by happenstance, I forgot my wallet. And I was like, well, I'd like to take you up on your offer. So she gave me my shit for free. And yeah, I like that shit, man. That's why I like my small town living. While I have to deal with some ignorance, there's big advantages. We are in the USA region. You get to pick the. It doesn't matter what region you're in, as far as interacting with us. Yeah, there's mine. I have a regular breakfast that I eat every day, pretty much. And there's three different waitresses that work there, and it's funny too because all three of them give me a different price. Uh, I get cheese on my eggs. One doesn't charge me for the cheese. I get 3 eggs instead of two, and one doesn't charge me for the extra egg. And the third one doesn't charge me for my coffee at all. Who do I tip more? I always tip them close to this. I guess whichever one's the cheapest gets a slight larger amount. I always round up to whatever the same number. I'd like to do the change and then go to an even number that makes me happy in my head. So, whichever one charges me less gets slightly more. No, they don't change it up. I don't think they're aware of it. I don't think they're aware they all three do it differently. They never. It's a one waitress restaurant, one waitress at a time. So they don't ever work at the same time. I'm sad because it's probably closing soon, and it's one of those places that you just never get back. The owner is just getting old and ready to be done. Nah, not in my town. Won't get replaced by a Starbucks. We don't even have a fast food restaurant. Or a stoplight. Didn't even react? Yeah, it wasn't a global. They're irrelevant. I got high standards here, being. It's gonna be an Arctic, isn't it? Yes, sir. Damn, that thing was strong. Bum, 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 bum. You know, one place where I really think, and I don't know if this is a global issue or just a United States issue, or just a Michigan issue. No, it's at least a United States issue. The people drive me absolutely nuts. One of our worst qualities is bright lights in automobiles. Y'all need to fucking learn how to tell if a man has his bright lights or not on or not. And if you're not responsible enough to turn your fucking bright lights off, you just shouldn't run them. But most vehicles, when their bright lights are on, is one solid beam headlight, and there's no additional running lights. Most vehicles, that isn't always the case, but most vehicles. Anytime there's additional side lighting, you can still get fog lamps sometimes, but anytime there's additional side lighting and additional run lights, their brights are not on. Please stop shining me in the fucking face. When a person is coming at you over a hill, their lights will appear brighter than they actually are due to the angle change. Please don't shine me in the fucking face. Humanity is not responsible enough for bright lights, and I hate it. Yeah, that is the problem. But like there's nothing you can like that's my situation, Shiva. I have a Nissan that has exceptionally bright low beams, and I know that. But what do you want me to do? It also has a very obvious run light. Hi, Alice. Do you like your extra hour of sleep today? Yeah? Good morning, beautiful. You gonna get dressed? Go to breakfast and then take you to the dentist? Hey? It's already morning. It's late in the morning for us. Yeah, she's missing the first bit of school today to go to the dentist. Could have sent her to school for an hour or no, not even 45 minutes. Actually, I might have timed us wrong here. I have fish. God. I set all these doctor's appointments this week, so now I can't find the information I'm looking for. Alright, chat, on that note, I have to go. Thank you all for being here, having conversations with me, letting me fish. I'll get back to games, real games, I promise. Someday. I just miss fishing, and every once in a while I just really want to fish. I tell myself to play something, then go fish, but the problem is I start fishing before I go live while I'm waiting on Alice to go to bed. And then I get in the zone, auto zone, and I gotta keep fishing. Found that hot spot. It's a lot of fucking shitty tiny perch. Anyway, I'm out of here, chat. Have a wonderful night, day, whatever it is in your time zone. I'll be back tonight. Or this afternoon. Alice goes back to her mom's tonight, so no more worrying about what time it is. Bye.